Chapter 148 Attending the Banquet. Soon after, Jiangli returned to the Great Xia city with more than 70,000 mechs. The 70,000 mechs formed a huge army. The formation was huge, and the neat formation gave off a powerful aura. The sound of their footsteps was even, and it entered the ears of the city guards. On the city wall. What's going on? The city guards all looked down at the army led by Jiangli. They felt like they were being crushed by a mountain. They couldn't help but gasp. Compared to Jiangli's subordinates, they were far too weak. More than 70,000 mech passed through the streets of Great Xia City, attracting the attention of countless people. They looked at the numerous soldiers with passion and respect. These are the city lord's soldiers. So many people. It's simply too powerful. Yes, yes. Now that the city lord has so many power soldiers, I'd like to see who would dare to invade the Great Xia City in the future. Unless they don't want to live anymore, the city lord will teach them a lesson. From now on, I'm a citizen of the Great Xia City. I won't leave no matter who tries to drive me away. The people were all discussing. Within the city, at the temporary military camp, more than 70,000 mechs were arranged in the temporary camp. However, there were too many mechs, and the artillery, tank, and transport mechs took up too much space. They couldn't live in the camp anymore, so they had to expand the camp. City Lord. As soon as Henliki heard that Jiangli was back, he immediately rushed to the military camp from the county government. What is it? Jiangli turned around and asked. You have to attend the third prince's banquet in the county capital of Black Dragon County this afternoon. If you don't leave now, you might not make it. Henliki said. No rush. Let's finish the business first, Jiangli said. Yes. Henliki opened his mouth but did not dare to say anything more. Jiangli went back to the governor's mansion first and put the map of the Black Dragon County on the table. He looked at the marks on the map and thought about the layout of the army. The Green Mountain Range. I'll be stationed in these 3 places. Jiangli muttered. Finally, Jiangli made a decision. He would send 3 troops to guard the middle, head, and tail of the Green Mountain Range. The head was connected to Wuzu Plain, and the tail was connected to Qingling Lake. Among them, each troop had 10,000 soldiers, which was equivalent to a division. Each troop had 8,005 perfected stage level 1 mechs and 2,000 level 2 mechs. 2,000 combat mechs, 2,000 cold weapon mechs, 2,000 firearm mechs, 2,000 biochemical mechs, and 5 intel mechs. 400 transport mechs, 400 electric mechs, 400 artillery mechs, 400 tank mechs, and 400 mechanical rangers. There were 10 mechs at the perfected stage of level 2 in each of the level 2 units. The 3 troops were all equipped in the same way. The first unit, that was stationed in the middle of the Green Mountain Range, was temporarily commanded by the Mechanical Mammoth Ranger, MMYQ-01. The Mechanical Mammoth Rangers were a Rank 2 elite troop class. They were powerful and had higher intelligence than ordinary troops. He could make a temporary judgment. The number 2 unit, that was stationed at the head of the Green Mountain Range, was temporarily led by the Archimech GJS-01. Although GSJ-01 was upgraded from a Rank 1 elite troop and was weaker than MMYQ-01, it was still strong enough to be the temporary commander. Finally, it was the Unit 3 that was stationed at the end of the Green Mountain Range, and the temporary commander was the spear-wielding mech with the number CQ-01. As for the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom, it's better to send a division to investigate, Jiangli said. That is to say, we should send Unit 4. The Unit 4 is the same as the 3 troops guarding the Qinshan Mountains. The temporary commander will be Spear Mech CQ-02. 40,000 troops were dispatched. Jiangli still had more than 60,000 soldiers left. Next up is the troops stationed in the Great Xia City. 20,000 troops will be enough. The number of troops allocated to the stationed troops is twice that of the 4 troops. The temporary commander will be Hammermech JC-01, Jiangli thought. In addition, you can also leave behind 10,000 walking corpse puppets. I can take the remaining 40,000 mechs with me. That is to say, I will take 40,000 mechs and 13,000 walking corpses to the Black Dragon County. Let's go. Jiangli finally made a plan and immediately carried it out. Prepare the entire army. Let's go. Jiangli got up, put away the map, and left the Castellan mansion. He started to assign match to the temporary military camp in front of him. Unit 1, move out. Stop. Jiangli shouted. Yes. Rumble. The engine roared. With MMYQ-01 in the lead, he walked in front of the first unit and temporarily commanded it. Behind him were 400 transport matches. All the matches got on the matches one by one. After that, it was a fleet of 400 artillery soldiers and 400 tank matches. Jiangli watched MMYQ-01's first unit leave the military camp and head to the middle of the mountains. Unit 2, move out. Jiangli said. Yes. Rumble. The roar of the car engine sounded. The second unit, led by GJS-01, set off from the military camp and followed closely behind the first unit as they left the Great Shear City. They split up halfway and headed toward the headquarters of the Green Mountain Range. Unit 3, set off. Jiangli said. Yes. Immediately. With CQ-01 in the lead, the third unit set off from the temporary military camp and quickly left the Great Shear City. They advanced at full speed towards the end of the Green Mountain Range. Finally, it was the fourth unit. Under the temporary command of CQ-02, they were the last to leave. Their destination was not the Green Mountain Range, but the celestial water city near the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Half an hour later. My lord, the communication has been established. At this moment, XX-01 walked over and said to Jiangli. Sure. 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 XX-01 raised his wrist and projected 4 images in front of Jiangli. Each image had a corresponding number on the upper left corner. They were number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. It corresponded to 4 troops. In the first image, the first unit's current speed is good. They are advancing steadily without any special circumstances. They are expected to reach the middle of the Green Mountain Range in the afternoon. Report over. XX-02 said. Immediately after, the intel mets of Unit 2, 3, and 4 all reported their current situation to Jiangli. Nothing happened and everything was stable. All right, he said. Okay. Jiangli nodded and said, if anything happens, contact XX-01 immediately. Yes. Yes. The intel match replied in unison. The communication was shut down. The scene disappeared. Soon after. Let's go. Jiangli arranged the remaining troops and asked the match to patrol the city wall with the city guards to protect the city. The walking corpse puppet was aimlessly wandering outside the city wall. I should also set off. Jiangli sat in the passenger seat of YS-01. All 40,000 match got on the truck. 1,600 large military transport trucks, 1,600 mechanical artilleries, and 1,600 tank match formed a huge fleet and drove out. Boom. Boom. The roar of the engine was extremely loud. As the car drove on the road, it stirred up clouds of dust that drifted into the air. Looking at it, it was like an extremely huge python circling in the air. City Lord Hong Qianqi, Xu Wei, Hu Dong, Wang Pinyuan, Han Liki, and the others all stood on the city wall and looked at the huge convoy that was gradually disappearing. City Lord is only going to attend a banquet this time, there won't be any problems. Hu Dong said. How can this banquet be so simple? Wang Pinyuan said. I hope nothing bad will happen. Han Liki muttered softly. The city lord has specially brought so many power soldiers with him this time. He also has a stage 3 expert protecting him. Even if the new Commandu Prince wants to harm the city lord, he will definitely not be able to hurt the city lord. Pan Kuei said. Let's stop the discussion. Hong Qianqi shouted, we can't help the Castellan by thinking about these things. The only thing we can do is to defend the Great Shear City for the Castellan. That's right. Xu Wei nodded. Be alert in case an unknown enemy takes advantage of the city lord's departure to attack the Great Shear City and catch us off guard. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. On the other side, Red Dragon County. The Crown Prince led 100,000 Demon Kingdom soldiers and Yi Huang led 50,000 demon soldiers of Yahuan County. They had left Red Dragon County City that morning and were marching over at the fastest speed. The army marched on. The Greenscale City was a must-pass in order to reach the Green Mountain Range. Greenscale City swam ni. Yi Huang and the rest saw the Greenscale City that had been reduced to ruins. There was still a foul smell in the air and there were carrion vultures circling in the air. He took a closer look. He could also see the rotting corpses in the ruins. As a large number of corpses were buried under the rubble and ruins, the scene was not as horrifying as they had imagined. However, the smell of rotting corpses that lingered for a long time made the demon soldiers' faces turn gloomy. Full speed. The Crown Prince withdrew his gaze and shouted in a deep voice. On the surface, the Crown Prince's expression did not change, but his fists were clenched tightly. The coldness in his eyes seemed to be able to freeze the blood of others. The killing intent in his chest surged. He just didn't show it. Yes. The demon soldiers responded in unison. Buzz. The marching formation was activated and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered, increasing the speed of the army. Yi Huang was silent. To tell the truth, he had not been the county prince of Yahuan County for long. In addition, Yahuan County was not a border county, so he had never encountered a massacre of the entire city's demon people. Today, he had seen it with his own eyes. One had to know. More than 100,000 ordinary demon citizens were killed, even though they were not citizens of Yahuan County. However, they were both demons. At this very moment, Yi Huang's killing intent towards Jiangli grew stronger. It even covered up the resentment of being forced to come here by the Crown Prince. Jiangli does deserve to die. Yi Huang thought to himself as his right hand slowly clenched the hilt of the sword at his waist. Chapter 149 The Black and White Elders. It was already noon. The weather was pretty good and the blazing sun made the temperature a little hot. Jiangli sat in the truck and didn't feel anything. Jiangli could see the county capital of the Black Dragon County. Speaking of this, it wasn't Jiangli's first time seeing the county capital of the Black Dragon County. He had sent JJ-01 to kill the county king of the Black Dragon County, Yi Hailong. He had captured the scene of the Black Dragon County City through the information mech. Of course, the communication screen was naturally not as clear and comprehensive as what he had seen with his own eyes. The county city was grand and full of power, like a giant beast lying on the ground. The wide and thick city walls were 20 meters high, completely black, with mottled marks of damage. It had clearly experienced many battles, but it was still well preserved. At the city gate, people came and went, entering and leaving the county. There were caravans, hawkers, ordinary people, and villagers from the surrounding villages who wanted to enter the city to sell things or buy daily necessities. On the city wall, there were soldiers patrolling the area. Slow down and continue forward. Go. Jiangli waved his hand. A few minutes later, Jiangli's convoy was approaching the county city of Black Dragon County. They were only a few hundred meters away from the city gate. Naturally, they caught the attention of the guards. Not only did he recognize her, the surrounding people also looked over, sizing up the special carriage that they had never seen before. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and doubt. What kind of carriage is this? How strange. What's the use of that thick iron pipe? It feels like there's a lot of space here. It can hold a lot of things. Where did they come from? I heard that the Great Shia City Lord has a special caravan. Could it be from the Great Shia City? The crowd was in a clamor of discussion. Some of the merchants of high status had heard of some news and were secretly making guesses. There's a fleet of vehicles approaching. Be careful. Very quickly. Let's go. The guards immediately came and dispersed the people. 10 guards formed a team and blocked the way of Jiangli's team. Get off the carriage and report your identity. The captain of the guards held his long spear and shouted in a deep voice. Squeak. The car door was pushed open. Jiangli got out of the car. Sure. Sure. YNSH-01, JJ-01, Wengan, CQ-03, and several other Level 2 mechs also came down with Jiang Li. Wengan's back, JJ-01, was a normal soldier. After all, Wengang was the first mech that Jiang Li made, and he had his own name. Wang Long and Wen Yang didn't have such good treatment. Even now, it had yet to reach Tier 2. This is an invitation from your new Jiang Wang. Let's go. Jiang Li waved his hand and Wen Gang immediately threw the invitation to the captain. The captain of the guards caught it and opened it. He read it carefully and his expression changed. He immediately bent down and returned the invitation with both hands. He said respectfully, "It's Lord Jiang Li, the city lord of Great Xia City. Please forgive me for not recognizing Lord Jiang at first sight. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Jiang Li. It's really him. I don't know how many rumors have been circulating about him in this short period of time. I heard that he has mastered the ancient puppetry and is able to create powerful puppeteers. That's why he was able to kill the Red Dragon, exterminate 100,000 demon soldiers, and protect the Great Xia City. However, he actually dared to come to the county capital of the Black Dragon County. Not only that, he even dared to kill the Admiral of the Imperial Court. He's a ruthless man." In the surroundings, everyone immediately lowered their voices and whispered to each other. They looked at Jiang Li from time to time, then immediately looked away. They didn't dare to look at him for too long in case they got into trouble. "Move, move, don't block City Lord Jiang's path." The captain of the guards turned around and shouted, "Your Excellency, please, please." The captain of the guards nodded and bowed, his face full of flattery. "Let's enter the city. Let's go." Jiang Li was quite satisfied with the captain's performance. He waved his hand and led the huge fleet into the county city of Black Dragon County. The convoy was very long and there were many vehicles. There were thousands of them. They drove into the city one by one. The surrounding residents looked on and did not dare to say anything. "Captain, is this really good? They let Jiang Li bring so many special carriages into the city. If something were to happen, we wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility." A young guard beside the captain said in a low voice. "Shut up." The captain of the guards glared and scolded in a low voice, "What nonsense are you talking about? What kind of special carriage is there? What kind of troop is there? I'm telling you, we didn't see or hear anything. We only saw Jiang Li enter the city. We don't care about anything else." The young guard was stunned for a moment, thinking, isn't this a blatant lie? There were so many special carriages and they were so powerful. How could they pretend not to see them? "Did you hear that?" The captain of the guards shouted. "Yes, yes, yes." The young guard quickly nodded. "Think about it. Jiang Li even dared to kill the Imperial Court's admiral. What are we? You dare to stop Jiang Li? Jiang Li must have a reason to bring so many special carriages here. Under such circumstances, if you dare to stop us, this day next year will be your death anniversary," the captain of the guards said in a deep voice. "We nobodies can just watch from the side when these big figures fight. We must not get involved, otherwise we will not even have a corpse left." "I understand." The young guard nodded. Within the county, the second-rank prince's mansion, there was a tower. It was the tallest building in the Black Dragon County. On the top floor of the tower, there were three figures. Standing in the middle was an extremely wealthy-looking middle-aged man with wide sleeves. He was about 1.5 meters tall and looked short and fat. He had a round belly, a round face, and eyes the size of green beans. He was the third prince, Chen Shishi. This Jiang Li. Chen Shishi put down the telescope in his hand and snorted with a dark expression. "How do you drive the fleet in so blatantly? This is completely not putting this prince in his eyes. Your Highness." The two people on Chen Shishi's left and right were his trusted subordinates, the black and white elders. Among them, the one on the left had a head of white hair and a ruddy complexion. He wore a long white robe and exuded a cold aura. His name was White Demon. The other one on the right had long black hair that fluttered behind him, but his face was full of wrinkles. He wore a long black robe and his body was hunched like an old man with half of his body buried in the earth. His name was Black Evil. If he got close, he discovered that Black Demon's body was surrounded by an extremely hot aura. It made people feel like they were leaning against a stove. The two of them both had late-stage Tier 3 cultivation. Furthermore, the black-white double demons were twins and cultivated a kind of cultivation technique that connected their auras, forming a joint attack technique. He was extremely powerful. Tai Changdao did mention that Jiang Li is protected by a master. He must be a level 3 higher heaven master. I don't know his exact cultivation. The white demon said. Jiang Li isn't a reckless person. He must have something to rely on since he's here. That's why he's so confident. Black Demon's voice was low. I'm confident. Qian Shishi sneered. Confidence doesn't represent strength. This time, I'm appointed as the Commandu Prince of Black Dragon County by the order of King Zhu. The real purpose is to kill Jiang Li to protect the dignity of the imperial court. At the same time, we'll seize that ancient puppet technique and present it to King Qian. If it wasn't for the riot of the monsters at the Manghuang Lake, the imperial court wouldn't have sent the army to suppress it. They wouldn't have let Jiang Li do whatever he wants. Is the banquet ready? Qian Shishi asked. Your Highness, everything is ready. However, the city lord of Five Lakes City was assassinated, the white demon said. So, the county lord of Five Lakes City came. The city lord of Chanshui City, Luo Chanshui, did not come. His sister, Luo Yilin, took his place. Guo Yi and Chanping are both here. Luo Chanshui. Qian Shishi pondered for a moment. She didn't come. Did something happen to the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom? I haven't heard any news about this. Forget it, so be it if he didn't come. The main purpose of this banquet is for Jiang Li. Inviting the other castellans is just a cover to lower Jiang Li's guard. It seems like Jiang Li is very cautious. However, all the arrangements have been made. Jiang Li will die when the banquet starts. Plus, I still have the things that King Qian gave me. Jiang Li will definitely die this time. Let's go, he said. Qian Shishi put the telescope into his pocket, turned around, and left the tower. The black and white elders followed Qian Shishi closely. On the other side, as soon as Jiang Li entered the city, several servants of the Duke's mansion came to him and led him to the mansion. My lord, we have arrived at the Zhongwang Fu. The leader of the servants bowed and said respectfully. Jiang Li looked up at the mansion. There was a board on the gate that said, in the Zhongwang manner, Your Excellency, please. Yes, sir. The servant looked at the carriages behind Jiang Li and said in a low voice, Sir, I'm afraid they can't get in. Of course I am. I have no other meaning. I only said that the gates are too small and a carriage cannot enter. The Zhongwang Fu cannot fit in. So, Yin Luo. The convoy will stay. Let's go, Jiang Li ordered. All of you are to guard outside the Duke's mansion. Yes. The Mech responded. Soon after, Jiang Li brought YNSH-01, Wengan, JJ-01, CQ-03, 100 perfected stage level 2 electric mechs and 2 early stage level 3 walking puppets. The 2 early stage 3rd rank undead puppets were covered in black cloaks and nothing could be seen. The servant opened his mouth to say something when he saw Jiang Li bringing so many people into the mansion, but he didn't say anything in the end. He just led the way for Jiang Li. A few minutes later, Jiang Li went to the reception hall. City Lord Jiang, the other city lords are also resting in the guest hall. The servant said respectfully, the banquet is still being prepared and hasn't officially started yet. Please rest for a moment in the reception hall. When the banquet begins, a servant girl will come to bring you there. Chapter 150. The Mech King walked in front of Jiang Li and pushed open the door of the reception hall. The people in the hall heard the door open and looked to the door. The reception hall was luxurious and well decorated. Jiang Li looked around and noticed the people in the hall, but he didn't know any of them. Jiang Li used to be the son of the leader of an unranked gang, so he had never seen the other 4 city lords in the Black Dragon County. It was normal for them to not know each other. However, Jiang Li was very famous in the Black Dragon County. The castellans of the other 4 cities had seen his portrait before. There weren't many people in the reception hall, only 10. They were all sitting in their seats and didn't look like they were going to get up. They were all sizing Jiang Li up. "You're Jiang Li." Suddenly, one of the city lords stood up and walked to Jiang Li with a smile. He extended his hand and introduced himself. "I'm the city lord of Pingding City, Chan Pingwan." "Oh, Governor Chan." Jiang Li raised his eyebrows and sized up Chan Pingwan but didn't shake hands. "Governor Chan, I have long heard that City Lord Jiang is young and promising. Seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary." Chan Pingwan smiled and retracted his hand naturally. He wasn't embarrassed and instead said in a kind tone, "I wanted to visit City Lord Jiang in the Great Xia City a while ago to thank him for saving Dormlin in Qinshan Valley, but I was delayed by various things." "Hee hee. Hee hee." Jiang Li chuckled. "City Lord Jiang, you're attending the banquet of the regional king, yet you brought so many people with you." At this moment, Zhuo Linyu, the county lord of Five Lakes City, looked over and said, "City Lord Jiang, you are indeed, as the rumors say, you are very cautious. However, to put it nicely, he's cautious. To put it bluntly, he's timid." In the surroundings, Guo Yi held a cup of hot tea in his hand and took a sip. His eyes were slightly closed as if he had not heard or seen anything. It was none of his business. Luo Yilin, on the other hand, was looking at Jiang Li with a smile. She looked like she was watching a good show. "Slap his mouth." Jiang Li glanced at Zhuo Linyu from the corner of his eyes. "Yes. Sure." Wen Gang nodded and disappeared. The next moment, he reappeared in front of Zhuo Linyu and slapped him. "Stop." Zhuo Linyu's subordinate immediately made his move. He was a middle-aged man with a rough face. His internal force was condensed, showing the heaviness of the earth attribute. Mountain palm. Boom. After the middle-aged man's palm struck out, his internal force glowed. It was as if a mountain was really pressing down on him, containing extremely strong power. Bang. Wen Gang turned his palm into a fist. The fist print fell, creating a strong vibration that formed an air explosion. The vibration wave spread out and directly shattered the palm print. "Ah! Fut!" The middle-aged man screamed and vomited blood. With a crack, his right arm was broken. He flew backward and knocked down tables and chairs. He lay on the ground, holding his arm and wailing. His internal organs were all injured. "You..." "Shaolin." Zhuo Linyu's pupils constricted and he looked at Jiang Li in shock. Shaolin is a martial artist at the late stage of level 2, but he couldn't even block one move from Jiang Li. The most important thing was, Zhuo Linyu didn't expect Jiang Li to be so overbearing and reckless. He even dared to attack in the Zhengwang family without any mercy. One had to know. Zhuo Linyu just wanted to test Jiang Li, but he didn't expect things to turn out like this. This buy-in. Jiang Li. Chan Pingwan was also stunned. He muttered to himself, "This Jiang Li really has no worries. His strength is also unfathomable. He just sent a random subordinate and severely injured Zhuo Linyu's subordinate with one move. What a good fellow." Guo Yi raised his head and his pupils contracted slightly. He said to himself, "The strength and speed just now are definitely at the perfected stage of Tier 2. Any subordinate he sent out is already at the perfected stage of Tier 2. How much strength is Jiang Li hiding? We can't provoke them, we can only please them." Wang Gan walked in front of Zhuo Linyu, raised his hand, and slapped him. An incomparably loud slap resounded throughout the entire hall. "Ah! Ah!" Zhuo Linyu screamed in pain, and half of his face was swollen. Even though Zhuo Linyu was also a rank 2, but he was far inferior to Wang Gan. He couldn't avoid the slap. Moreover, he didn't dare to dodge now. Mission accomplished. Wang Gan returned to Jiang Li's side. "Yes." "Okay." Jiang Li nodded. He didn't take it to heart. He walked forward and found a seat. The mech stood behind Jiang Li in a line. They looked intimidating. The others didn't dare to speak. The entire hall was filled with an extremely oppressive atmosphere and it became very quiet. Only Shaolin's moans could be heard. It could be said that these city lords were all stunned. Jiang Li. Luo Yuan suddenly got up and walked to Jiang Li with her hands behind her back. She walked to Jiang Li and said, "Can I ask you a question?" Jiang Li looked at Luo Yuan in front of him. She was wearing a long white dress with 2 braids. She was small, had a delicate face and big breasts. She had a cute body and a mature voice. "Young Miss Xinjin." Luo Yuan's 2 subordinates turned pale. They were afraid that Luo Yuan would provoke Jiang Li. Didn't they see that Jiang Li just sent a random man to seriously injure Shaolin, who was at the late stage of level 2? They weren't weak, but they were no match for Jiang Li's men. Jiang Li closed his eyes and ignored Luo Yuan. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde. Luo Yuan's 2 subordinates were indeed secretly relieved. Jiang Li. Luo Yuan continued, "I heard that the reason you were able to protect the Great Xia City, kill the Red Dragon, and destroy 100,000 demon soldiers was because you've mastered the true inheritance of the ancient puppetry. Is it true?" He couldn't help it. The other city lords all looked over. One had to know. The news about the ancient puppetry technique had almost spread throughout the imperial court of Dhn. Even King Qian of the imperial court was coveting it. Guo Yi and the others were naturally very curious. Luo Yuan's subordinate was so scared that his face turned pale. One had to know. The ancient puppetry technique was a secret. How could he casually ask about it? Jiang Li still didn't say anything. "Are you an oil bottle?" Luo Yuan pouted. "They are not talking. I have no obligation to answer your question. There are some things that should be asked and some that shouldn't be asked." Jiang Li opened his eyes. Last time when Shu Wei went to Qianshui City, the herb trade went well. I won't blame you for being rude this time. I hope there won't be a next time. If you don't want to answer, then don't. Luo Yuan muttered, but she still returned to her seat and sat down. "Miss, you scared us just now. Why did you provoke Jiang Li? Didn't you see that Zhuo Linyu was slapped after saying a few provocative words? How do you ask Jiang Li about the ancient puppetry? What if you piss Jiang Li off? We can't stop Jiang Li's man." Luo Yuan's subordinate said. "I know what I'm doing." Luo Yuan waved her small hand and said without a care. Half an hour later. "Ha ha, ha ha, ha ha, city lords, sorry to keep you waiting." The door of the reception hall was pushed open. A hearty laughter came over. First, several maidservants and servants came in, and then Chen Shishi, who was slightly short and fat and dressed luxuriously, came into the hall. The black and white elders followed Chen Shishi. "No, no, third prince, you're being too serious." Chen Pingwang immediately stood up, cupped his hands to Chen Shishi, and said in a flattering tone, "Greetings, third prince." Zhuo Linyu stood up and bowed. "Third prince." Guo Yi cupped his hands. Luo Yuan pretended to bow. Only Jiang Li was still sitting in his original seat. He didn't intend to stand up at all. Instead, he looked at Chen Shishi and the 2 old men behind him. "City lords, from now on, I'm no longer the third prince. I'm the second prince of the Black Dragon County. Don't call me third prince anymore." Chen Shishi said. "Yes, your highness." Chen Pingwang and the others all called out. "County Magistrate Zhuo, what happened to your face?" Chen Shishi looked at Zhuo Linyu. This Yin Luo. Zhuo Linyu glanced at Jiang Li and said, "Your highness, I accidentally knocked into a pillar just now." "Hit the pillar?" Chen Shishi was suspicious. He. Luo Yuan laughed. Zhuo Linyu's face darkened. "Ahem." Chen Shishi coughed lightly and changed the topic. "City lords, the banquet is ready. We are waiting for you to sit down. I hope you can work with me to manage the Black Dragon County." "I don't think there's a need." At this moment, Jiang Li stood up and looked at Chen Shishi calmly. He said slowly, "Third prince, let's not waste any more time. Let's forget about the banquet and get straight to the point." This buy-in. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Jiang Li to suddenly say that. It was beyond his expectations. What's this Jiang Li doing? Guo Yi thought to himself. There's a good show to watch. Luo Yuan's eyes lit up. City Lord Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Qian Shishi's face darkened. He. Jiang Li smiled, glanced at Qian Shishi, and said slowly, Qian Shishi, if I'm not wrong, you must have set up many traps at the banquet. Just wait for me to fall into them. But do you think I'm stupid enough to jump into the trap you've dug and let you slaughter me? The reason I've been waiting here all this time was to wait for you to appear. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to find you. One had to know. Jiang Li was in urgent need of a level 3 soul tinder, and the fastest way to get it was to kill a level 3 creature. So, Jiang Li didn't come to the Black Dragon County to attend a banquet. Instead, he was here to kill someone and get the level 3 soul tinder. After all, if the Imperial Court wanted to deal with Jiang Li, they would have to send a level 3 carnate martial artist. Why wouldn't he want a soul tinder that was delivered to his door? Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Qian Shishi laughed and his eyes turned cold. Jiang Li, that's right. This banquet is specially prepared for you. Since I've already exposed it, this prince doesn't need to continue acting. There's no need to hide it. During the banquet, I did set up an inescapable trap. With 100 Stage 2 experts, 1,000 Stage 1 experts, and the army slaughtering sword case as the core, it was a Stage 3 killing formation. As expected, Chang Pingwang's pupils constricted and he slowly stepped back. He glanced at Jiang Li and said, the Imperial Court of Dhn prepared this banquet to deal with Jiang Li. We are just supporting roles. A rank 3 killing formation. Guo Yi took in a deep breath. What a huge sum. Chapter 151, 5th place. Jiang Li's sudden attack tore through the last veil, ruining Qian Shishi's original plan. The banquet was about to end before it even started. One had to know. Qian Shishi was well prepared. The level 3 killing formation and the black and white elders were enough to kill all of Jiang Li's men. Then, they would capture Jiang Li alive and interrogate him about the ancient puppet technique. Now, the plan was ruined by Jiang Li. The most important thing was, Qian Shishi was here to welcome Jiang Li and the others to the banquet, so he only had the 2 elders with him. It was the best time to make a move. Do it. Jiang Li waved his right hand and attacked first. Kill. Catcher. Catcher. In an instant, the 100 perfected stage level 2 electric match attacked at the same time. Lightning flashed and the terrifying electric energy was released. Everyone's pupils contracted in shock. Grand completion of Tier 2. They are all at the Great Circle of Tier 2. Sci. Guo Yi and the others cried out in alarm. You're looking for death. The black and white elders shouted angrily. Chi of double fiends. Boom. The next moment, the black elder and the white elder joined forces. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered and formed a black and white light. They intertwined together and formed a Tai Chi diagram. Bang 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 bang. The attacks from the 100 perfected stage level 2 electric match were all blocked. Rumble. The reception hall trembled. The tables and chairs in the surroundings were torn into pieces of wood by the energy storm. The ground also cracked and a spider web-like crack appeared. Jiang Li, how do you attack me? Qian Shishi shouted angrily. Are you talking nonsense? Humph. Jiang Li snorted. YNSH-01. Let's go. Jiang Li waved his hand and glanced at Qian Shishi. Do it now and kill the enemy as soon as possible. Yes. Sure. YNSH-01 quickly stepped off the stage. Mechanical psionic energy circulated around its body, forming a powerful force. Its arms turned into sickles and fired psionic cannons. Boom. Boom. The 2 psionic cannonballs bombarded the black and white elders. Double fiend palm. Thump. The black elder and the white elder shouted in unison. They struck out their palms at the same time. Their Xiangqiang Qi condensed and turned into a huge black and white handprint, blasting forward. Bang! An explosion sounded. The black and white handprint shattered and the psionic cannonball exploded, filling the sky with a dazzling light. YNSH-01 was approaching at high speed. On the other side, in the banquet hall, there's some movement in the reception hall. Something must have happened. Quick, we'll rush over immediately. The men that Qian Shishi had arranged here heard the noise from the reception hall and immediately reacted. They took the army slaughtering sword case and rushed to the reception hall as fast as they could. Boon. 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 An intense battle had already erupted. The Black and White Elders were indeed late-stage Tier 3 experts. Because of their cultivation techniques, they were able to use a joint attack technique to block YNSH-01's continuous attacks. Bang! JJ-01 raised the sniper rifle aimed at Qian Shishi and fired. The energy bullet tore the air apart, forming a vortex. True Chi of Blood Fiend. Qian Shishi formed a hand seal with both hands and condensed his True Chi to form a True Chi shield. It easily blocked JJ-01's energy bomb and then shattered it with one palm. Xianqian True Chi. Zhuo Linyu exclaimed, "I didn't expect the third prince to be a level 3 inborn warrior." A level 3 inborn warrior can open the heaven and earth bridge and master the heaven and earth spiritual energy. His strength is far beyond that of a level 2 inborn warrior. Even if Jiang Li has 100 men of perfected stage level 2, he can't fight against a level 3 inborn. Jiang Li, you deserve to die. Qian Shishi's eyes were bloodshot and his blood-red genuine chi filled the air. His terrifying aura and killing intent condensed into a powerful force that crushed toward Jiang Li. I'm not afraid. Jiang Li did feel the pressure. He circulated his inner force with all his might and resisted the force. Electric energy control. Catcher. Catcher. The 100 electric-powered match charged at Qian Shishi. Lightning gathered and generated a huge amount of electricity. It turned into a beam of electric light and shot toward Qian Shishi. Shua. Qian Shishi's figure flashed and disappeared like a bloody light. He used his speed to avoid the joint attack of the 100 electric matches. Boom. The electric light beam hit the ground, creating a huge crater and charring it black. Die. Buzz. The next moment, Qian Shishi was short and fat, but he was agile and fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Jiang Li. He gathered his genuine chi and threw out a palm. Qian Shishi grinned. Roar. It was the roar of a beast. It was the two early-stage level 3 zombie puppets. They roared and quickly rushed in front of Jiang Li, blocking Qian Shishi. Thump. The red dragon puppet corpse's body was burning with black flames, forming a flood dragon. It held the halberd with both hands and directly stabbed out with a powerful force. At the same time, Jiang Boi's zombie puppet's sharp claws tore through the air and attacked Qian Shishi with all its might. What is this? Qian Shishi's pupils contracted and he was shocked. Boom. The two sides collided. Qian Shishi's genuine chi collapsed and the palm print was broken. The powerful force sent Qian Shishi flying, injuring his internal organs and causing him to spit out blood. Ah! Qian Shishi screamed. Your Highness! The Black Elder and the White Elder exclaimed. Sci-Fi. Rank 3. 2 Tier 3 experts. Jiang Li has 3 level 3 subordinates. This one and I, this one and I. Everyone was extremely shocked. How is this possible? Qian Shishi also widened his eyes in disbelief. Double Fiend Domain. Whoosh! The Black and White Elders let out a long cry and displayed their strongest means. Black and White evil chi spread out and gathered with the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, forming an innate domain. All the power within the domain was under the control of the Black and White Elders. Psionic energy control. Whoosh! YNSH-01 also used his strongest skill. It was as if endless mechanical psionic energy was flowing out of YNSH-01's body and spreading to the surroundings, forming a psionic domain. Shatter. Catcher. Catcher. The psionic energy spread and enveloped the Black and White Elders' dual fiend domains, creating an extremely powerful twisting and shattering force. Under the pressure of the psionic energy, the dual fiend domains constantly shattered. Ah! The Black and White Elders screamed. No. This is impossible. The Great Circle of Rank 3. You're actually at the perfected stage of Tier 3. The Black Elder and the White Elder screamed in fear. Boom. The Double Fiend domain was completely crushed. Phut. Phut. The Black and White Elders were seriously injured. Qian Shishi's eyes widened. He was extremely shocked when he heard what the Black and White Elders said. Jiang Zhizhi and Jiang Li actually have a subordinate who is at the perfected stage of Tier 3. He's the one who's crying. Your Highness. At this moment, Qian Shishi's subordinates who had been set up in the banquet hall finally arrived. They rushed into the reception hall as fast as they could and shouted loudly. Hurry up. Quickly set up a grade 3 killing formation. Qian Shishi was overjoyed and extremely excited. This is our only chance. The army slaughtering sword case is the most powerful technique Qin Qian gave me. As long as I set up a Tier 3 killing formation, I can even kill a perfected Tier 3. Hurry up. Qian Shishi shouted. Yes. Set up the formation. Qian Shishi's subordinates immediately reacted and moved quickly. They were extremely fast and skilled. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had set up a formation and had practiced it many times. Stop them. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. Roar. The red dragon puppet roared. The black flame condensed and merged with the halberd in its hand. It then threw the halberd. The long halberd cut through the sky and pierced the man holding the army slaughtering sword case. Don't even think about it. Boom. Qian Shishi shouted and then jumped up. He used all his strength to block the halberd thrown by the red dragon puppet corpse. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. Qian Shishi laughed. Jiang Li, once the formation is completed, you'll die. Third Prince, it's too early for you to be happy. You're right, Jiang Li said coldly. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Qian Shishi shouted. Biochemical poison. Whoosh. YNSH-01 used his skill, and the biochemical poison spread and invaded the bodies of the Black and White Elders, gradually transforming them. Ah! The Black Elder and the White Elder let out a shrill scream. The pain was like dismembering 1,000 pieces of flesh. It almost shattered their souls. Such a tragic scream sent a chill down everyone's spine. The Black and White Elders. Qian Shishi couldn't bear it and shouted, "Don't worry. I'll definitely kill Jiang Li to avenge you." Qian Shishi tried his best to stop Jiang Li's match. The injuries on his body worsened. Clang. 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 At this moment, the killing formation was set up. The army slaughtering sword case opened and countless sword chi and sword light rushed out, filling the entire reception hall. 100 Stage 2 and 1,000 Stage 1 experts stood around the reception hall, maintaining the operation of the army slaughtering sword case. Grade 3 killing formation. The army slaughtering sword formation was set up successfully. Your Highness, the formation is complete. The subordinates of Qian Shi said in unison. Good, 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 ha 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 Yim Luo. Qian Shishi laughed. He laughed loudly and happily. He stood up from the ground and looked at Jiang Li. Although he was covered in blood, he had a proud smile on his face. Jiang Li, you've lost. You've already lost. Qian Shishi shouted, the level 3 killing formation has been formed. It has covered the entire reception hall. You have no chance now. I didn't expect you to have so many powerful men. Moreover, you even found the opportunity to launch an attack first, putting me in a passive position. The trap that I had set up in advance was also not used. In fact, it even caused the deaths of the Black and White Elders. However, it doesn't matter anymore. The Stage 3 Army Slaughtering Sword formation has been completed. Even a perfected Stage 3 expert can't break through the Army Slaughtering Sword formation. Jiang Li prepared to die in despair and wailing. At the same time, the Black and White Elders' scream stopped. Their entire bodies turned pitch black, and even their eyes turned completely black, devouring all light. Immediately after, the Black and White Elders stood up unsteadily from the ground. The transformation was a success. 2 late-stage 3rd rank walking corpse puppets. Roar. The black and white demons, who had transformed into late-stage rank 3 walking corpses, let out a long roar, as if announcing their birth to everyone. Black and white elders, what are you two doing? Qian Shishi was stunned. That's why, third prince, it's too early for you to be happy. Jiangli looked at Qian Shishi's stiff expression as if he was looking at a dying man. His tone was calm, but it made Qian Shishi's heart shiver. Sure. 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 In YNSH-01, 2 early-stage and 2 late-stage rank 3 walking puppets stood in front of Jiangli and faced Qian Shishi. 5 stage 3 experts. This terrifying pressure made Qian Shishi's face pale and his legs tremble. Chapter 152, Breaking the Array. Fear had gradually spread in Qian Shishi's heart. It was difficult to suppress. He found it hard to believe the reality before his eyes. No. I still have a chance. Qian Shishi shouted in his heart, the only chance. A rank 3 killing formation. What is going on? Zhuo Linyu couldn't understand the situation at all. Weren't the black and white elders already dead? Qian Pingwan's eyes also widened as he stared straight ahead. Why did he come back to life? Also, you betrayed Qian Shishi and became Jiangli's subordinate. What happened? Guo Yi could not understand it either. Is this a technique to control corpses? It's similar to the possession technique of the Ghost Clan. Luo Yuan secretly guessed the Ghost Clan's ability is strange. They can attach themselves to the corpse of a living being and control the corpse's movements. They can even display powerful strength. Is Jiangli related to the Ghost Clan? At this very moment, in the reception hall, the Grade 3 Army Slaughtering Sword formation was being maintained by thousands of people. The sword light and sword chi circled above everyone's heads as if it would pour down like a storm in the next moment. All living beings within the killing array. Qian Pingwen, Guo Yi, Zhuo Linyu, Luo Yuan, and their subordinates all stayed far away and watched the battle from the side to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Do it. Stop. Jiangli shouted. The next moment, the 100 perfected stage electric matched attacked at the same time. Lightning flashed and electric energy gathered, creating countless electric arcs that looked like electric pythons. The scene was shocking and extremely spectacular. Kill. Qian Shishi suppressed the fear in his heart and roared like a beast on the verge of death. Activate the formation. Sure. 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 In an instant, the formation was activated. 100 level 2 and 1000 level 1 fighters maintained the level 3 killing formation. They injected their inner force into it and condensed sword chi and sword light. Bang 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 bang. The two sides collided in midair. The lightning python exploded and the sword chi shattered, turning into starlight that filled the sky, forming a storm that spread. The Army Slaughtering Sword formation is a killing move that King Qian gave me. It's a grade 3 killing formation. Even a perfected stage grade 3 expert will be killed by it. It's not certain who will win yet. Qian Shishi shouted. True chi of blood fiend. Woo woo woo. Instantly, Qian Shishi ran the genuine chi in his body and it gushed out. The blood-red light surged and the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered. He injected his own genuine chi into the Army Slaughtering Sword case. The next moment, the entire killing formation turned blood red and the sword light and sword chi all condensed the power of the blood-killing genuine chi. The power of the formation was raised to a new level. Boom. The sword chi rushed out and wreaked havoc. Bang 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 bang. In that instant, the lightning domain formed by the 100 perfected stage level 2 electric match was shattered. Countless electric arcs exploded and the powerful formation destroyed the 100 perfected stage level 2 electric match. Boom. An explosion sounded. The 100 perfected stage level 2 electric match flew back. Their bodies were flashing with electricity and their damage increased to 10%. Roar. The red dragon puppet corpse let out a long roar. Black flames condensed and turned into a flood dragon. It integrated with the heavenly halberd in its hand and pierced forward. Small tricks. Qian Shishi shouted. Whoosh. At this moment, Qian Shishi was controlling the Army Slaughtering Sword formation. The blood-red sword chi and sword light condensed into a huge blood-red longsword and slashed down. Boom, there was a loud sound. The flood dragon Dharma power collapsed and the heavenly halberd was sent flying. Rip. Jian Boyi took the opportunity to rush in front of Qian Shishi. His sharp claws tore through the air and tore at Qian Shishi's chest with great power. Clang. 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 The blood-red longsword broke down and turned into countless sword chi. It poured down like a storm, enveloping Jian Boyi's walking corpse puppet and cutting it. Fut. 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 Blood splattered everywhere. Jian Boyi's walking corpse puppet was cut by the sword chi and had countless wounds. Blood splattered all over the sky and it fell from the sky. Ha 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 ha. Qian Shishi was laughing wildly. Jiang Li, did you see that? This is the power of a level 3 killing formation. It's just an early stage level 3 killing formation. It's nothing in front of a level 3 killing formation. Let's attack together and end the battle quickly. Jiang Li said in a deep voice. Boom. Boom. The psionic cannon was fired and the pitch-black psionic cannonball arrived. Qian Shishi immediately controlled his sword chi and slashed at the cannonball with sword light. Boom. The cannonball exploded, creating a huge shockwave. The powerful explosion shattered the blood-red sword chi. The psionic energy was extremely powerful. Fut. Fut. Ah. In the surroundings, a few dozen Tier 1 experts let out blood-curdling screeches as they suffered the backlash from the formation. They vomited blood and their faces turned pale as they fell stiffly to the ground, barely breathing. Double Fiend Domain. Buzz. The black and white elders, who had turned into walking corpse puppets, took this opportunity to attack. A dark mist spread out and controlled the spiritual energy of the world, forming a double evil domain. The power of the domain enveloped the surroundings. Boom. An explosion sounded. Within the Dual Fiend domain, the sword light and sword chi formed by the army slaughtering sword formation were all crushed and destroyed, turning into blood-red light spots that filled the sky. Ah! Qian Shishi screamed. He was controlling the formation, but the sword chi was broken. He also suffered the backlash of the formation. He spat out blood, his face pale, and he staggered back. Black and white elders, you dare to betray me. Qian Shishi raised his head and roared. Boom. In response to Qian Shishi's palm prints, the black and white elder walking corpses struck down with their black double fiend palms toward Qian Shishi with great power. How can this prince die here? Clang. Qian Shishi roared, gathered his genuine chi, and forcibly exploded it. He mobilized the power of the army slaughtering formation, combined it with his own genuine chi, and condensed a giant blood-red sword. Slash. Bang. The blood-red giant sword fell and split the palm print in half. The remaining power didn't reduce and continued to slash at the black and white elders. The power contained in the sword was enough to split the black and white elders into two. Whoosh. Clang. YNSH-01 charged to the front, its arms turning into sickles. The sickles crossed and the mechanical psionic energy around it surged, blocking the blood-colored giant sword that was slashing down. Catcher. Catcher. The power contained in the blood-red giant sword was too strong. YNSH-01 could not completely resolve it. The ground under his feet continued to crack, and cracks spread in all directions. Boom. Boom. The psionic cannon shot out, bombarding the blood-colored giant sword. The psionic cannonball exploded, producing a powerful destructive force. The luster of the blood-colored giant sword was clearly dimmed. Fut. Qian Shishi vomited blood. Ah. In the surroundings. One by one, the people maintaining the formation screamed as they fell, causing the power of the army slaughtering sword formation to gradually weaken. Ah! Qian Shishi was shouting. His short and fat body was expanding, his veins were bulging, and his eyes were about to crack. He was squeezing every bit of strength in his body. Psionic energy control. Woo-woo-woo-woo. YNSH-01 used his strongest skill, and the mechanical psionic energy around him spread out endlessly, forming a psionic domain. Catcher. Catcher. The psionic energy enveloped the blood-red giant sword, producing a strange and powerful twisting and destructive force. The blood-red giant sword could no longer withstand it, and cracks appeared. The cracks spread very quickly. A few seconds passed. A bang was heard. The huge blood-red sword exploded. Phut! Chen Shishi vomited blood and fell to the ground. He had used up the last bit of his strength and was dying. The light in his eyes dimmed. Ah! Phut! 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 In the surroundings, the people maintaining the formation screamed one after another, unable to continue. They suffered the backlash of the formation, and hundreds of Stage 2 and thousands of Stage 1 experts all spat out blood and fell to the ground. Whoosh! The formation was broken. In the air, Jiangli looked over and saw that it was a rectangular black box. It was 2 meters long, 10 centimeters wide, and 5 centimeters tall. He took a closer look. There were lines of patterns on the sword case. They were purple in color and had a flowing luster. They contained the profoundness of the formation technique and the meaning behind it. Sure. Wang Gang jumped up and caught the army slaughtering sword case. Chief Sovereign. After Wang Gang got the sword case for slaughtering the army, he immediately returned to Jiangli and presented it to him with both hands. Yes. Hold on. Jiangli glanced at it. Take it. Yes. Yes. Wang Gang nodded and stood behind Jiangli with the sword case for slaughtering soldiers in his hand. The Kasaya is over. Chan Pingwang opened his mouth and looked at the scene in front of him. The entire reception hall, tables, chairs, and benches had all been shattered into pieces of wood. There were countless cracks and potholes on the ground, and there were ravines drawn by sword chi. In the surroundings, thousands of people were lying on the ground, groaning and wailing. Almost all of them had lost the ability to resist. Wu Wu, Chen Shishi lost. Guo Yi swallowed and his heart trembled. He looked at Chen Shishi, who was lying on the ground with blood foam coming out of his mouth. Chen Shishi miscalculated. The Imperial Court miscalculated too. Jiangli isn't a weakling. He's a true master with great power. Who would have thought that Jiangli has a subordinate of the perfected stage of level 3? Someone said. Even the third Duke, Chen Shishi, was killed by Jiangli. Zhuo Linyu was hiding at the back. He didn't dare to say a word and tried to lower his presence as much as possible. He was afraid that Jiangli would kill him out of anger. Chen Shishi put in so much effort to set up the so-called banquet and wanted to kill Jiangli with the army slaughtering sword formation, but he didn't expect Jiangli to see through it and attack him directly. His plan failed. Jiangli, Luo Yilan said to herself, in fact, if Jiangli really attended the banquet and entered the army slaughtering sword formation, the result would be completely different. Also, is Jiangli really related to the Ghost Clan? Boon. At this moment, outside the Zhenwang Fu, suddenly there was an explosion as well as the roar of a tank. Obviously, this was because the huge commotion in the residence had attracted the attention of the troops of the Black Dragon County. They wanted to charge into the Zhenwang Fu. Let's go. Jiangli sent a mech troop to guard the Duke's mansion. The two sides clashed. A battle broke out. Jiangli looked up. He couldn't see anything because of the buildings. He could only hear the noise from outside the mansion. It was probably the army of the Black Dragon County. Cough cough. Chen Shishi coughed up blood and laughed. Jiangli, you can't run away. There are 100,000 soldiers from the Black Dragon County outside the mansion and my personal guards. Even if you kill me, you can't get out of Black Dragon County. 100,000 soldiers. A lot? Jiangli asked indifferently, is there a lot? I'm afraid it won't be enough for my subordinates to kill. Kill him. Jiangli said. Yes. Phut. YNSH-01 sickle went straight down and pierced through Chen Shishi's head. Chen Shishi's eyes widened and the luster in his eyes dimmed. It was as if he had died with his eyes wide open. Chapter 153 Rebellious. Buzz. Suddenly, a white light came out of Chen Shishi's body and flew into Jiangli's forehead. It disappeared. Sure. Acquired a Tier 3 Soul Tinder. In front of him, a notification flashed. 3rd rank Soul Tinder. A level 3 Soul Tinder. Jiang Li's eyes glowed with joy. He looked at Sai Shishi's body. Not bad, not bad. I only killed 3 level 3 ones and a level 3 Soul Tinder dropped. That's not right either. No. Jiang Li shook his head. Actually, I've already killed 5 level 3 Soul Tinders and only got 1 level 3 Soul Tinder. I'm already quite lucky. The Dominator panel opened. In the Soul Tinder column, there were 9 level 1 Soul Tinders, 1 level 2 Soul Tinder, and 1 level 3 Soul Tinder. Repair. Sure. Jiang Li used 100 energy points to repair the damage of 100 affected stage level 2 electric matches. A white light flashed on the matches and they were all healed. Do it. Don't leave a single one of them alive. Jiang Li glanced at the hundreds of level 2 and thousands of level 1 experts lying on the ground. They were all Chen Shishi's men, so they couldn't be kept alive. Yes. Yes, sir. The 100 perfected stage level 2 electric-powered match nodded and quickly attacked. The people lying on the ground had already suffered from the backlash of the formation and lost the ability to resist. In less than half a minute. Kill them all. The reception hall was filled with corpses. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. How ruthless. Jiang Li. Zhuo Linyu swallowed. They lost their ability to fight back, but Jiang Li still killed them all. Chen Pingwan's eyes were filled with fear. Decisive in killing. Guo Yi's tone was reverent. Buzz. Buzz. Soul fire seeds flew out of the body and merged into Jiang Li's forehead. Acquired a 1st stage Soul Tinder. Acquired a 1st stage Soul Tinder. Acquired a stage 2 Soul Tinder. Soul Tinder. The number of level 1 Soul Tinders increased to 110 and the number of level 2 Soul Tinders increased to 6. In other words, this time there were a total of 101 level 1 Soul Tinders and 5 level 2 Soul Tinders. Jiang Li, you've killed Chen Shishi and the Zhengwen mansion has been surrounded by the Black Dragon County's army. Chen Shishi's personal guards are still there. What are you going to do now? Luo Yilin asked. What do we do? Jiang Li turned around and glanced at Luo Yilin, Chen Pingwen, Guo Yi, and Zhuo Linyu, then said, from today on, the Black Dragon County will be renamed the Great Xia County. This city lord is now the Great Xia's prefecture lord. As for the army outside the manor, it's nothing to worry about. What did you say? Zhuo Linyu's eyes widened and he could not help but shout, Jiang Li, you rebelling. City Lord Jiang, you have to think twice before you act. Chen Pingwang also advised. Guo Yi remained silent. Luo Yilin's beautiful eyes also widened and an expression of disbelief appeared on her pretty face. Rebellious. Jiang Li laughed. Ha ha ha, I've never admitted that I'm a citizen of the Great Chen dynasty. How can you call me a rebel? The Imperial Court of DHN has tried to kill me several times. Do you want me to work for such an Imperial Court? Laughable. But Ying Luo is Ying Luo. Chen Pingwang wanted to say something but stopped. I, Guo Yi, the City Lord of Hope City, pay my respects to the regional king. Suddenly, Guo Yi knelt down and saluted Jiang Li. He said loudly, from today onwards, the entire Hope City will follow the orders of the regional king. Guo Yi, you. Zhuo Linyu was dumbfounded. He had not expected Guo Yi to do this. This buy-in. Even Chen Pingwang was stunned. Chen Pingwang, the city lord of Pingding City, pays his respects to the regional king. Immediately, Chen Pingwang also knelt down and saluted Jiang Li like Guo Yi. From today onwards, the entire Pingding City will follow the orders of the regional king. You guys. Zhuo Linyu couldn't accept the result. All right, he said. Jiang Li's expression was calm. He wasn't too affected by Guo Yi and Chanping's oath of loyalty. He looked at Zhuo Linyu and Luo Yilin. What about you? Zhuo Linyu, the county head of Wuhu City, pays his respects to the regional king. Zhuo Linyu also knelt down. Power was stronger than man. I'll agree to it first. Jiang Li, I'm not the city lord of Qianshui City, nor the county lord of Qianshui City, so my words don't count. There's no point in you looking at me. It's true. With a pitiful expression, Luo Yilin immediately said, also, I think that it's better for you to first settle the trouble outside the Zhangwang Fu before we talk about the next matter. Boom. At this moment, outside the Zhangwang Fu, miserable shrieks rang out continuously. The cannonballs exploded. Flames shot up into the sky. Some buildings collapsed. The civilians of the Black Dragon County fled in all directions. Countless cries and screams rang out. Soon after, Jiang Li walked out of the Duke's mansion. Let's go, he said. Hurry up and follow. Qian Pingwang and the others quickly followed. In the Duke's residence, the servants and maidservants fled in all directions. Some of the more clever servants and maidservants secretly hid the precious items in the Zhangwang Fu in an attempt to escape. In the end, he discovered that the mansion was surrounded by countless soldiers. They had no way of escaping. At this moment, Jiang Li's mech army had already started fighting with the human army of the Black Dragon County. The firearm mech formed a powerful force. Whoosh! The human army formed a battle formation. The air of blood and death filled the air, blocking the bullets of the machine guns. But the mechanical artilleries were bombarding the army, and when the bombs exploded, they produced a destructive power that shook the army formation, causing countless deaths and injuries. Rumble! At the same time, the tank-type mech was like a terrifying mobile fortress that charged into the battlefield and caused a terrifying amount of damage. What is this? We can't move it at all. Help! Help me! PFFF! Countless soldiers screamed in pain. Kill! Combat mechs, cold weapon mechs, biochemical mechs, walking corpse puppets rushed to the front to block the enemy's attack. There were also electric mechs that entered the battlefield. Finally, the mechanical rangers also joined the battle, sweeping across the battlefield. Perfected Stage 1. They are all perfected Stage 1. Rank 2. There are so many second rank experts. Heavens! Where did this army come from? I can't beat him at all. Crushing. This was a completely one-sided battle. Jiang Li had brought more than 40,000 soldiers. Although it was less than half of the Black Dragon County's army, they had an absolute advantage in quality. They were all perfected stage mechs. There were also level 2 mechs. This one NI. The commander of the Black Dragon County Army, Matthew, was completely dumbfounded. His whole body was trembling and his face was pale and bloodless. His legs were also shaking. How can there be such a powerful army? They are an army made up of soldiers at the perfected stage of Stage 1. On the other side, the commander of Chen Shishi's personal guards said in horror and disbelief, this is a composition that only the imperial guards of the Great Chen dynasty have. And the number of the imperial guards of the Great Ganlord dynasty does not exceed 100000. What kind of existence did we provoke? At this moment, Jiang Li had already walked out of the mansion. He pushed open the gate and stood at the door, looking up at the battlefield. He's already been crushed to this extent so quickly. Jiang Li sounded disappointed. I thought the Black Dragon County's army would be strong, but it seems that they are not even as strong as the Red Dragon County's 100000 demon soldiers. Qian Pingwang and the others walked out carefully behind Jiang Li. When they saw what was in front of them, they were completely dumbfounded. His eyes were about to pop out. Fuck! Fuck! Zhuolin, you cursed, the Black Dragon County's army is in such a bad state. They have the absolute advantage in numbers, but they can't fight back at all. Jiang Li's soldiers are too strong. They are invincible and fearless. Such strength and speed. They are all at the perfected stage of level 1. These soldiers are all at the perfected stage of level 1. Qian Ping shouted. And those special weapons, those special carriages, they are actually weapons of war. This kind of destructive power, this kind of damage, it's too terrifying. Guo Yi's voice trembled. How did you get all of this? Luo Yilin was shocked. She couldn't help but look at Jiang Li. No wonder Jiang Li dared to call himself a king and go against the imperial court. He is such a powerful army. YNSH-01, you control the walking corpse puppet and kill all of Chen Shishi's guards. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes. Sure. Sure. YNSH-01 nodded and controlled the 4 undead puppets to enter the battlefield. With the addition of the Tier 3 experts, it was like throwing a huge rock into the lake, shaking the entire lake. Fut. 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 It could be seen. YNSH-01 and the 4 undead puppets were like the god of death. With their Stage 3 strength, no one could stop them when they entered the battlefield. They took lives one by one. 10 minutes later, Chen Shishi's 10,000 personal guards were all killed. The commander of the guards, who was at the perfected stage of Stage 2, was blown to pieces by a psionic cannonball from YNSH-01 and a Stage 2 soul tinder dropped. You can stop now. Jiang Li shouted. Yes. YNSH-01 controlled the 4 walking dead puppets to return to Jiang Li. Soon after, almost at the same time, the firearm match stopped shooting, the artillery match stopped firing, and the tank match stopped attacking. All the match stopped. The living cricket survived. They've stopped. I survived, I survived. Fuck me, fuck me. On the battlefield, the soldiers of the Black Dragon County had lost all their courage. They had never felt so powerless before. They could only wait to be slaughtered without any power to resist. In reality, from the start of the war to the end, there was only half an hour. But nearly 30,000 soldiers of the Black Dragon County had been killed or injured. The streets outside the County King's mansion were full of corpses. The houses around were all destroyed by the shells. A large number of civilians fled in all directions. Who is the commander of the Black Dragon County Army? Who are you? Jiang Li asked in a deep voice. I'm Jinjin, Ian. After a while, the commander of the Black Dragon County Army, Matthew, walked out with his soldiers. He looked at the soldiers around Jiang Li with fear and didn't even dare to get close. Yes. Yes. Jiang Li nodded. From today on, the Black Dragon County will be renamed to the Great Xia County. The army of the Black Dragon County will also be renamed to the Great Xia Army. And I am the king of the Great Xia. Chapter 154, 8,000 pills. I'll do this. Matthew stood rooted to the ground, unable to come back to his senses. Is there a problem? Jiang Li lowered his eyes. The coldness in his eyes made Matthew's heart shiver. He felt like the cold wind of December was blowing past. No, Yin Luo, no problem. Matthew said, trembling. Your subordinate, Matthew, kneels before the regional king. Immediately. Jiang Li. Matthew knelt down and cut out to Jiang Li. We kneel before the regional king. The next moment, behind them, the original commanders of the Black Dragon County and nearly 70,000 soldiers all put down their weapons and knelt down in unison. He looked around. The battlefield was already filled with people who were kneeling. It settled just like that. Jiang Li. Chang Pingwang swallowed. The Black Dragon County is under Jiang Li's control just like that. It doesn't feel real. A county has fallen into Jiang Li's hands just like that. This is power. Guo Yi clenched his fists and said to himself, this is the result of having great power. As long as you have great power and a great army, controlling a prefecture is as easy as taking something from your pocket. Zhuo Linyu muttered to himself, if this goes on, the Great Shen dynasty will change. Something so big has happened in the Black Dragon County. I have to return to the Celestial Water City as soon as possible and then tell Sister Celestial Water. Luo Yulin thought to herself. Zhang Wang. Matthew raised his head and carefully asked, may I ask the third prince, Qian Shi, what is he doing? He's dead. Wait. Jiang Li interrupted him. And he died in my hands. Matthew's pupils constricted. He looked at the Duke's residence behind Jiang Li and shouted, it's good that he's dead, my lord. Qian Shishi tried to murder you. He deserves to die. Get up and clean up the battlefield. Burn all the bodies, Jiangli ordered. Maintain order in the city. If there's any civilian riot, you'll have to come to see me. Also, send someone to clean up the bodies in the guest hall of the Zhangwangfu. Yes. Matthew responded. Have you all heard the Juanwang's orders? Matthew got up and shouted at the soldiers, why aren't you moving? Clean up the battlefield, burn the corpses, and maintain order in the county. Yes. The soldiers responded. Yes. Okay. Jiangli nodded with satisfaction. At least he was obedient. One had to know. Jiangli didn't recruit the soldiers of the Black Dragon County on a whim. He had his own purpose. Although the human soldiers weren't strong, they could still be useful. For example, they could be bait or canned fodder at special times. Jiangli only believed in the match he controlled. Similarly, Jiangli took in the castellans of the 4 cities to better control the entire Great Xia province. After all, the mechanical army wasn't involved in production and he needed his subordinates to manage the businesses of the cities. Jiangli couldn't take care of all of them by himself. You guys can go back now. Jiangli looked at Luo Yulan and the others and said, in 3 days, you need to gather all the medicinal and spiritual herbs in the city and send them to the county city. There can't be any mistakes. All of them. Zhuo Linyu was stunned. Is there a problem? Jiangli glanced at Zhuo Linyu. No problem, he said. Zhuo Linyu sneered. Rest assured, my lord. I will deliver all the herbs and spirit herbs from 5 Lake City to the county in 3 days. Yes, sir. Qian Ping nodded. Yes. Guo Yu replied. I'll talk to Sister Qian Shui about this. Luo Yuan said. Soon after, Qian Pingwang and the others all left the county city and got into carriages, returning to their respective cities as quickly as possible. The various things that had happened in the county city today had caused them to be unable to calm down for a long time. Yes. After seeing Jiangli's powerful army, they naturally didn't dare to disobey. Next up is the time to reap the rewards. Jiangli muttered to himself. In the afternoon, Jiangli took all the wealth of the Duke's mansion. Among them, 110 million taels of silver, 10 million taels of gold, jewelry, medicinal pill materials, weapons, and equipment were all in large quantities. It was impossible to estimate their value for the time being. Other than that, there were also force mental cultivation methods, martial arts secret manuals, as well as 3 level 1 military formations and 1 level 2 military formation. For the time being, Jiangli didn't plan to change his technique, and he wasn't in a hurry to learn martial arts. After all, he needed time to practice martial arts. Furthermore, Jiangli had too many things to do and didn't have time to improve himself. There were 51,000 ordinary spiritual herbs, 8,200 low-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 6,300 medium-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 4,500 high-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, and 2,400 top-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs. There were 120 low-grade Tier 2 spirit herbs, 80 medium-grade Tier 2 spirit herbs, 13 high-grade Tier 2 spirit herbs, and none of the top-grade Tier 2 spirit herbs. There were no third-grade spirit herbs. Convert all the ordinary herbs. Jiangli put his right hand on the herbs to confirm the transformation. Buzz. A white light flashed. The 51,000 ordinary herbs had all been transformed and disappeared. Conversion successful. You've received 250,700 energy points. A notification appeared. I've only converted about 200,000 energy points from the ordinary herbs. However, the main show isn't these ordinary herbs. It's the spirit crystals. Jiangli looked at the big jade box on the table. Catcha. Jiangli opened the box. Sure. The lower spiritual crystal was shining. It was so bright that Jiangli's eyes were sparkling. He put his right hand on the lower spiritual crystal. Discovered item that can be converted into energy points. Do you want to convert it? Yes. Yes, Jiangli confirmed. Buzz. A white light flashed. All the lower spiritual crystals disappeared. Conversion successful. You've received 10 million energy points. A notification appeared. 10 million. Jiang Li smiled. One low-grade spiritual crystal can be converted into 10,000 energy points. 10 million energy points is 1,000 low-grade spiritual crystals. As expected of a county. In reality, the Black Dragon County didn't have so many spiritual crystals. 800 of them were found in the secret room of Qian Shi's residence. In other words, the 800 lower spiritual crystals were Qian Shi's personal collection. It had to be said. Qian Shi's wealth was amazing. The most important thing was, the 800 lower spiritual crystals were only a part of Qian Shi's wealth. Qian Shi had temporarily received King Qian's order and assumed the position of the Commander Prince of Black Dragon County. His goal was to kill Jiang Li and take his ancient puppet technique. So, Qian Shi had only brought 800 lower spiritual crystals for cultivation. After all, when one's cultivation reached level 3, they could use lower spiritual crystals to cultivate. One had to know. Qian Shi had a very high status in the imperial court of Daqin. He even controlled a part of the imperial army and had at least a few counties of territory under his control. Unfortunately, such a powerful third duke had died in the Black Dragon County in the hands of Jiang Li. Thinking about it carefully, he felt quite aggrieved. If Qian Shi hadn't been overconfident and had been more careful, he wouldn't have died. On the other side, in the prefecture capital's government office. What do we do? What should I do now? In the main hall, Qian Shi's plan failed. He even died in Jiang Li's hands. Mo Chenming, the head of the government office, was walking around anxiously. Now, Jiang Li has even rebelled and changed the name of the Black Dragon County to the Great Xia County. Great Qianqian, Sir Qianqian. Suddenly, a slightly panicked voice came from outside the door. Come in. Mo Chenming shouted. Sir, it's not good. Club. Jiang Li. Luo Li, the chief constable of the government, ran in and knelt on the ground. Jiang Li's soldiers have surrounded the government office. What? Mo Chenming's eyes widened. What will come, I can't hide. Mo Chenming gritted his teeth. In that case, I'll meet Jiang Li in person and see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Let's go. Mo Chenming shouted. Yes. Luo Li followed closely. Outside the government office, Mo Chenming and Luo Li walked out, followed by several constables. There were about 10,000 of them. Who is Jiang Li? Mo Chenming asked. In front. More than 10,000 mechs surrounded the mansion. In addition, there were soldiers from the Black Dragon County who were now soldiers from the Great Xia County. They had submitted to Jiang Li. Prefecture Master Mo. Matthew walked forward and sneered, look at who you are now. You can't just meet Lord Jiang Li as you please. Matthew, you're being presumptuous. You're just a commander, how do you speak so rudely to the palace master? Luo Li shouted. Ha ha ha. Matthew laughed out loud. I'm sorry, but that was before. This is the Great Xia province, not the Black Dragon province. Lord Jiang Li is the county king. That's why you still need Lord Jiang Li's permission to be the lord. You're so silly. Luo Li's expression was furious. Matthew, just tell me, what do you want? Mo Chenming's face darkened. It's simple. Surrender. Ma Xiao said. You want me to surrender to a traitor? Mo Chenming shouted. You bastard. You should call him County Prince Jiangli. Matthew shouted in a deep voice. Ha 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 ha. Mo Chenming laughed out loud. He looked disdainful. What a bullshit regional king. He just called himself a regional king. Does he really think that he can make himself a king? Ridiculous. In my opinion, Jiang Li is just a clown. As a citizen of the Great Qian dynasty, he didn't seek benefits for the Great Qian dynasty and wasn't loyal to King Qian. Instead, he did such a disgraceful thing. He will pay the price for this. Matthew, do you think you will have a good result if you follow Jiang Li? It's impossible. Jiangli will die when the imperial court is free. And you will also die without a burial place. Mo Changming, I think you're looking for death. Matthew's tone was cold. I, Mo Changming, have been an official since I was 20 years old. It's been 20 years since then. I've been highly regarded by King Qian and have been appointed as the Black Dragon Commander's prefecture master. Mo Changming took a deep breath. His eyes were determined. I'm loyal to Da Qian and King Qian. Live as a person of Da Qian, die as a ghost of Da Qian. You want me to submit to rebellion? Delusional. Kill. Boon. Mo Changming roared and his inner force burst out. The aura of the late stage of the second rank was completely released. His fire attribute inner force was like a burning flame. Whoosh! The flame was like a blade, slashing towards Matthew. Chapter 155 Surrounded. In the Zhengwang Fu. Jiangli sat on a chair and XX01 stood next to him. The scene outside the government office and everything that happened were projected in front of him. I didn't expect that the imperial court of Da Qian would have such a loyal official. Jiangli sighed. Then, let's fulfill his wish. Jiangli said. In the image. Mo Changming's sudden attack caught Matthew off guard. He didn't expect Mo Changming to be a late-stage rank 2 martial artist and to have hidden his strength. Matthew hurriedly met the enemy and thrust his spear. Boon. The flaming saber slashed down with an indomitable will, carrying with it the determination to die. Its might increased by a few degrees, directly crushing Matthew's attack. Matthew let out a blood-curdling screech as he was sent flying. Phut. He coughed up blood. Kill him. Mo Changming shouted loudly. Kill. Luo Li roared. Charge. Immediately after. Nearly half of the bailiffs were following behind Mo Changming and Luo Li. Attack. Da. The next moment. Thousands of firearm matches started to fire their machine guns and countless bullets formed a storm that covered the front. Phut. 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 Flowers of blood bloomed, poignant to the extreme. Ah! The constables screamed in pain. One had to know. These constables weren't soldiers. They didn't have the ability to control military formations and their cultivation wasn't high. Most of them weren't qualified and a small number of them were first-stage martial artists. Of course, it couldn't block the bullets of the perfected stage firearm mech. There were countless deaths and injuries. No. Mo Changming's eyes turned red when he saw the bailiffs being slaughtered. He let out a furious roar and his fire-attributed inner force burst forth as he charged forward at full speed. Shua. The next moment. CQ-03 rushed out with a long spear in his hand and stabbed forward. Prefecture Master. Luo Li exclaimed. Bang. CQ-03 was a perfected Stage 2 elite soldier and was extremely powerful. This spear attack easily broke Mo Changming's flaming saber and shattered his protective dipper energy. Penetrating spear technique. CQ-03 stabbed again. The body of the spear rotated and the head of the spear was like an electric drill. With a pu sound, it pierced through Mo Changming's heart. Then, it was pulled out and thick blood splashed out. Phut. Mo Changming's eyes widened and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. He clutched his heart with his left hand and staggered backward. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. Prefecture Master. Luo Li cried out in grief. Clang. The long saber in Mo Changming's hand fell and his body fell backward. Just like that, he lost his life. He died. Half an hour later. The area outside the government office was filled with corpses. The surviving constables knelt on the ground, trembling. Luo Li and Mo Changming had both died under the gun of CQ-03. Why bother? You must be looking for death. Matthew wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Mo Changming's corpse. Mo Changming, oh Mo Changming, you're so loyal to Da Qian. You know that you're like a moth flying into the fire, but you still put your life on the line. Is it not good to be alive? I really can't understand what your so-called loyalty means. By the order of the Jiangli Commandery Prince, from today on, there will be no deputy prefect in the Great Xia County. All constables will join the Great Shia army, and the responsibility of the deputy prefect will be taken over by the commandu prince. Matthew shouted. Yes, yes. We will obey. We are willing to submit and join the Great Shia army. The constables shouted loudly. Half an hour later, the mansion was emptied by Jianglei's men. The wealth in the mansion was less than half of the wealth in the regional king's mansion. There were 53 million taels of silver and 5 million taels of gold. There were 21,000 ordinary spiritual herbs, 4,200 low-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 3,300 medium-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, 2,100 high-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs, and 1,100 top-grade Tier 1 spiritual herbs. 50 low-grade Tier 2 spirit herbs, 30 medium-grade Tier 2 spirit herbs, 5 high-grade Tier 2 spirit herbs, and none of the top-grade Tier 2 spirit herbs. There were no third-grade spirit herbs. Convert energy points. Jianglei confirmed. Buzz. A white light flashed. All the ordinary herbs disappeared. Conversion successful. Received 105,300 energy points. A notification appeared. I've gained more than 100,000 energy points. It's a pity, Jianglei said. There's not a single crystal in the mansion. Soon after, the army slaughtering sword case. Jianglei put the army slaughtering sword box on the table and started to study it. He injected his internal force and the patterns on the box lit up. The next moment, the internal force in Jianglei's body was completely devoured, but the army slaughtering sword box didn't react at all. Obviously, the army slaughtering sword box was the core of the Grade 3 killing formation, army slaughtering sword formation. To set it up, at least 50 Grade 2 and 500 Grade 1 experts were needed. Furthermore, in order to unleash the full power of the army slaughtering sword casket, 100 level 2, 1000 level 1, and a level 3 needed to use innate true chi to host and drive the formation. Only in this way could the power of the army slaughtering sword formation be fully exerted, and it could even kill an existence at the perfected stage of the third stage. It's a good thing, but it's useless to me. Jianglei shrugged and put down the slaughter sword case. Mechs don't have internal force, so they can't drive the case. As for 100 Stage 2 and 1000 Stage 1 experts, we can gather them by combining the strength of the entire Great Shia province. However, the army slaughtering sword case is too powerful. I can't trust anyone else to take it. So, let's just leave this thing for now. Next, I'll study the army formation. Jianglei took out 3 level 1 formations and 1 level 2 formation that he got from the Duke's mansion. Among them, the 3 Grade 1 formations were the Marching Formation, Wind Spirit Army Formation, the Killing Formation, Blood Slaughter Army Formation, and the Defensive Formation, Spirit Mountain Army Formation. The only Grade 2 formation was the Killing Tiger Formation. Jianglei learned from these formations that at least 10,000 soldiers were needed to set up and maintain a level 1 formation. Only when there were 10,000 soldiers could they gather enough military chi to form a battle formation. Maintaining and operating the formation consumed the blood and chi of the soldiers. So, if the battle formation was broken, the soldiers would also suffer a backlash. Similarly, the military formation was extremely powerful. Grade 1 military formation. Even those at the perfected stage of the first stage couldn't break it. Only those at the second stage could defeat it. A Grade 2 formation required 100,000 soldiers to set up. Of course, if one wanted to break through a Stage 2 army formation, they would need a Stage 3 existence. These military formations can't be used. I don't. Jianglei murmured, although the mechs have military killing intent, they don't have the blood and internal force of human warriors, the bloodline power of monsters, or the totem power of barbarians. That's why we can't set up an army formation. However, Yin Luo. Mechanical psionic energy. Jianglei thought for a while. Is mechanical psionic energy a type of energy? Could electricity be considered a type of energy? Can you use mechanical psionic energy or electrical energy to replace it? I don't think it'll be that easy. Jianglei thought, even if I succeed, the electric mechs are level 2. I need at least 10,000 electric mechs to set up a level 1 battle formation. A Stage 2 can break a Stage 1 army formation. This kind of enhancement doesn't have much effect on the level 2 electric mechs. As for the mechanical psionic energy, no. Jiangli shook his head. To master mechanical psionic energy, one has to be at least level 3 in the system of the super mechanical army, so I'd better not. With the mech's combat power, it doesn't matter if they don't have an army formation. Chief Sovereign. As soon as Jiangli finished studying the battle formation, XX-01 walked in quickly and stood in front of Jiangli. Emergency news from Unit 1. What urgent news? Yes, Jiangli got up. Connect me immediately. Yes. Sure. The communication was connected. XX-01 raised his right hand and a projection beam shot out from his wrist, projecting a very clear picture in front of Jiangli. Intel Mech XX-02 greets my lord. In the image, XX-02 saluted Jiangli. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion came from the screen. Jiangli clearly saw that behind XX-02 there were flames and the sound of artillery shells and tanks. Kill. It was filled with the sounds of killing. Report the situation immediately. Jiangli said. Yes. XX-02 nodded. My lord, half a minute ago, Unit 1 was surrounded by the demon soldiers of the Red Eyebrow Yao Nation. We have already engaged in battle with the demon soldiers. Surrounded. What happened? Jiangli frowned. What happened? This time, it should be the demon army of the Red Eyebrow Yao Kingdom who discovered our tracks first and surrounded us. We are now surrounded by the demon army. XX-02 said. We've been surrounded. Jiangli's expression turned serious. Obviously. The Red Eyebrow Empire's army this time was extraordinary. They had collected information about Jiangli in advance and knew that Red Dragon County had suffered many losses under Jiangli's hands because they had been discovered in advance. So, therefore, the Crown Prince deduced that Jiangli would definitely station his army in the Qingshan Mountains. After all, the Qingshan Mountains were the border of the country and a strategic location. He first sent out a small elite team made up of perfected stage level 2 monsters to sneak into the mountains and finally found Jiangli's number 1 unit. Soon after, the troops immediately retreated without alerting the mechs. They reported the situation to the Crown Prince, and the Crown Prince immediately sent out a large number of demon soldiers to carry out the plan to surround and annihilate them. He was going to annihilate Jiangli's troop in the middle of the mountains. Immediately transmit the battlefield images. Stop. Jiangli shouted. Yes. Sure. The scene changed. What Jiangli saw was a corner of the battlefield. The 100,000 demon soldiers formed a level 2 formation and surrounded the first unit. The first unit was surrounded and couldn't break through. It could be seen. The Grade 2 army formation was formed. In the air, it was a huge red python with a single horn. It was extremely powerful, like a ring of Ouroboros. It formed a circle and circled in the air, trapping the first unit. Boom. 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 The artillery, tank, and transport mech fired their shells, but they were blocked by the Stage 2 army formation. Shua. Shua. Whoosh. The Yao army pushed out the siege crossbows. The huge crossbow arrows pierced through the air. The siege crossbows that could even pierce through the thick city walls had great destructive power. It could even pierce through the armor of tank mechs. Roar. On the other side, the roars of the mechanical mammoth cavalry spread throughout the battlefield, and the one fighting it was Yi Huang, who was at the early stage of rank 3. Clang. Yi Huang slashed out with his sword. The sword light was cold and it froze the surroundings. Thump. The mechanical mammoth ranger thrust its spear forward and used its brute force skill to block Yi Huang's attack. He's at the perfected stage of Tier 2, but is able to burst out the strength of an early stage Tier 3. Yi Huang's gaze was serious. You must die. Chapter 156 Blood-Eyed Crow. Rank 3. It's a level 3 monster. Jiangli looked at the image in the projection with a serious expression. It can fly for a short time. It's indeed a level 3 monster that has just awakened its bloodline. There are no Stage 3 mechs in the first unit, although the Mechanical Mammoth Rangers are a Stage 2 elite troop with 6 skills. But it's still unknown if he can defeat a Level 3 demon. XX-01, immediately contact the 2nd, 3rd and 4th units, tell them to rush to the center of the mountains as fast as possible to reinforce the 1st unit. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Yes. XX-01 nodded. Suddenly, XX-01's expression changed. My lord, Unit 4 is requesting emergency communication. XX-01 said. Permission granted. Jiang Li said. The communication is connected. Buzz. The next moment, a second communication projection appeared in front of Jiang Li. It was XX-04, the intel mech that followed the 4th unit. Chief Sovereign. XX-04 saluted. Report the specific situation. Jiang Li said in a deep voice. The Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's barbarian army is attacking the defense line of Celestial Water City. Currently, the number of their barbarian army has exceeded 100,000. XX-04 said, Qianshui City is trying its best to resist the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's invasion. The situation is still stable. The city lord of Qianshui City, Luo Qianshui, is extremely powerful. He's a level 3 inborn warrior. I don't know his specific cultivation. The Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Jiang Li looked at the image sent by Unit 4. At this moment, the human army of Qianshui City was guarding the defense line, and Luo Qianshui had already stepped into the field. He displayed the powerful strength of a level 3 carnate martial artist, like a stabilizing needle. The situation was stabilized. However, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's totem warriors had strong vitality. On the other hand, although the human army of the Celestial Water City had barely resisted, their casualties were obviously higher than the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's barbarian army. The Red Eyebrows Yoro Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom attacked at almost the same time, officially launching an attack on the Great Qian Dynasty. Start a country war. Jiang Li muttered to himself. Master, do we need to help Celestial Water City? XX-04 asked. Let me think. Jiang Li thought and weighed the pros and cons. On the other side, in the depths of the Wuzu Plain, the Wuzu subleague of the Half-Monster Alliance. Shua. 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 At the peak of the main peak in the center, in front of the subleague hall, Ikuei, Hong Luan, Luo Lin and the other elders of the subleague knelt on the ground one after another. Behind them were the half-monster members. It was a sea of black. There were many of them. At the front, there were 2 figures kneeling on the ground. One of them was the Vice Alliance Master, Mo Ling, and the other was the other Vice Alliance Master, Gao Luoqing. The time has come. The leader of the Wuzu subleague showed up. He stood in front of the half-monsters with a colorful devil mask on his face and a large cloak covering his whole body. The plan for the Battle of Dragons has been activated. Send a message to all the hidden chess pieces in the 36 counties of the Great Qian Dynasty. We can start now. Yes. Yes, sir. We will obey the Alliance Master's orders. Mo Ling, Gao Luoqing, and the other elders responded in unison. After that, they took out black crows from their arms. The eyes of the crows had an abnormal blood-red color. They threw their hands into the air, and the crows flew up. Blood-eyed crows. It was a unique breed cultivated by the Half-Monster Alliance. Only the Half-Monster Alliance knew how to cultivate it, and only people from the Half-Monster Alliance would use the blood-eyed crow to send messages. Ya-ya-ya-ya. The CAW of a crow sounded. The blood-eyed crows flew into the sky. There were exactly 36 of them, and they scattered in all directions like rays of black light. Alliance Master. What should we do? Mo Ling looked up and asked, how should we deal with Jiang Li? Also, the latest news is that Jiang Li killed Chen Shishi, the 3rd Lord, in the county city of the Black Dragon County. He even changed the name of the Black Dragon County to the Great Xia County and made himself the king. This is clearly going against the Imperial Court of DHN. He. Alliance Master Wuzu chuckled, this is a good thing. The more enemies the Great Qian dynasty has, the more beneficial it is for us. Our goal is to destroy the Great Qian dynasty and then replace it to build the half-monster kingdom. Then, Xinjin. Mo Ling looked at Alliance Master Wuzu. Don't worry about him for now. The Black Dragon County that Jiangli has now should be called the Great Xia County. The Red-Browed Fey Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom are invading together. Just let him die. We only need to occupy the other counties and deal with them later, said Alliance Master Wuzu. Yes. Mo Ling nodded his head. Within the Great Xia province, a blood-eyed crow flew into the mountains several dozen li away from Hope City, and in this group of mountains there was a group of famous mountain bandits. There were many of them, and there were even second-rank experts. It was called the Hidden Dragon Stockade. Shua. The blood-eyed crow flew into the Hidden Dragon Stockade and entered the residence of the Hidden Dragon Stockade's chief, Xiao Halong, without anyone noticing. Blood-eyed crows. Xiao Halong stretched out his hand and grabbed the blood-eyed crow. He cut open the blood-eyed crow's stomach with his dagger and took out a small bamboo tube that was as thick as a little finger. The bamboo tube was opened. A letter was hidden inside. The plan has been activated. Take action immediately and attack Hope City. All right. Xiao Halong's eyes lit up and he laughed out loud. Finally, it's finally going to start. I've stayed on this mountain for 3 years, a whole 3 years. Do you know how I've spent the past 3 years? I've been waiting for the blood-eyed crows to appear every day. What bullshit Hidden Dragon Village, what rubbish Mountain King, I don't care about these things. I can take down a mere Hope City in a day. Assemble. Xiao Halong rushed out of his residence and shouted angrily. His voice was like a thunderclap that spread throughout the entire Hidden Dragon Stockade, causing all the bandits to be alarmed. Xuanji, Qingjin County, Lakeage County, Sham County, and Changding County. As the blood-eyed crows flew into the counties of the Great Qian dynasty, the Half-Monster Alliance's secret development over the years was activated. The entire Great Gan Lord dynasty. The undercurrent surged. At this moment, Unit 4, support the Celestial Water City and work together with them to stop the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's invasion. We must not let them enter the territory. Let's go. Jiangli made a decision and said, if Jianshui City was breached, the barbarian army would march straight in. At that time, Jiangli was about to face the joint attack of the Red Eyebrow Empire and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. So, they had to defend Jianshui City and stop the barbarian army. Yes, sir. XX-04 responded. Kill. All troops, move out. Boom. 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 The next moment, in the image of the 4th unit, there were the sounds of artillery shells, tank match, and firearm match firing. The mechanical rangers were extremely fast and were the first to charge into the battlefield. Reinforcements. Where did these reinforcements come from? Ha 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 ha. Barbarian bastards, our reinforcements have arrived. Wash your necks and wait for me. Kill. Instantly. The soldiers of Jianshui City became excited. What is this? Luo Jianshui looked over with a dazed expression. She had not expected the arrival of reinforcements at all, and she was a little surprised. So strong. Immediately after, Luo Jianshui was even more shocked. Because she realized the reinforcements that appeared out of nowhere were too powerful. All of them were at the perfected stage of level 1, and many of them were at level 2. The killing power of those special weapons was simply terrifying. No matter how strong the barbarian's life force was, the explosion of the cannonball would tear his body apart and kill him. Damn it. Where did these people come from? Why didn't we receive any news before? What do we do now? This Bayan. In the middle of the barbarian army. The commanders of the barbarian army looked at each other. They found that the human reinforcements were extremely powerful. Their powerful weapons had caused a large number of casualties to their barbarian soldiers. My lord, we've made contact with the 2nd and 3rd units. XX-01 said. All right, he said. Jiangli looked away from Unit 4 and looked at Unit 2 and 3. He ordered Unit 2, Unit 3, quickly reinforce Unit 1, immediately head to the center of the Green Mountain Range. Yes. Yes. Yes, sir. The intel mechs of Unit 2 and 3 responded and conveyed Jianglei's order. Rumble. All the mechs got on the trucks and went through the mountains as if they were on flat ground. They were heading to the center of the mountains at the fastest speed. Boom. At this moment. What's going on? Jianglei heard a loud explosion from the image of the number 1 unit. He immediately looked over. The mechanical mammoth had already engaged in an intense battle with Yi Huang. It could be clearly seen. Ice Lotus sword formation. Clang. 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 In the image, Yi Huang used a powerful sword technique in that instant. The power of his bloodline awakened and a lotus flower that seemed to be carved out of ice appeared behind him. The petals were like sword chi, extremely sharp. 4th rank bloodline. Profound ice sword lotus. The mystic ice sword chi wreaked havoc and fell like a storm, enveloping the mechanical mammoth cavalry. It carried a powerful aura and killing intent, wanting to kill the mechanical mammoth cavalry. Roar. Sprint, charge, brute force. The mechanical mammoth ranger used 3 skills at the same time, letting out a deafening roar as white light flashed around its body. The 3 skills were stacked together. This greatly increased the speed of the mechanical mammoth rangers. Knight's killing cleave. Clang 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 clang. The mechanical mammoth knight wielded its mammoth ivory spear and the spear's light trembled. With the combination of the brute force skill, sprint, and charge, it shattered the sword auras. The sword chi exploded, turning into light spots that filled the sky. Heavy strike. The mechanical mammoth cavalry broke through the Ice Lotus sword formation and charged out. It approached Yi Huang as fast as it could and jumped up. The mechanical mammoth knight jumped off the back of the mechanical mammoth soldier. He charged towards Yi Huang. Thump. The mechanical mammoth knight held the white mammoth tusk spear in its hands and gathered all the power in its body to use the heavy striker skill. White light flashed around its body. The ivory spear was thrown at Yi Huang. The air collapsed. You're looking for death. Yi Huang shouted in anger. The power of his bloodline burst out, cold air spread everywhere, and the sword chi was sharp. The Ice Lotus Dharma behind him and the long sword in his hand became one. Profound Ice Sword Lotus Slash. Catcher. Yi Huang's sword light was bright and powerful. The cold air was extremely terrifying, as if it had frozen the air. He slashed towards the mechanical mammoth knight. Chapter 157 Loss. Thump. The spear and the sword collided in the air, producing a huge explosion. Waves of energy storms spread out, forming a vast gale that swept through the surroundings. Rumble. The sound of an energy explosion reverberated in all directions. Catcher. Catcher. Immediately after. Ice. Jianglei clearly saw ice appear on the mechanical mammoth knight, and it was gradually frozen. The damage was increasing. Boom. The mechanical mammoth knight was sent flying. Roar. The mechanical mammoth soldier roared and swung its trunk, catching the mechanical mammoth knight and returning to its back. However, the mechanical mammoth knight's movements were affected due to the ice covering its body. Ice Lotus Sword Formation. Clang clang clang. Yi Huang swung his sword and streams of profound ice sword chi fell, enveloping the mechanical mammoth cavalry. The mechanical mammoth cavalry used its knight's killing skill, but it was not as agile as before and could not block all the sword chi. The mystic ice sword chi slashed onto the mechanical mammoth soldier's body and caused an injury. The ice spread and affected the mechanical mammoth soldier's movement. He was gradually at a disadvantage. Repair. Sure. Jianglei immediately used some energy points to repair the mechanical mammoth's injuries. The ice covering its body disappeared. Roar. The mechanical mammoth soldier roared with high morale. What's going on? Yi Huang's eyes widened in shock. How did he recover so suddenly? What had happened? How was this possible? Did he take a miraculous pill? Obviously. Yi Huang had never encountered an enemy like this. He had clearly been injured, but the profound ice sword Lotus's power of ice had covered his body, affecting his movements. As expected, he would win without a doubt. However, this sudden change caught Yi Huang by surprise. His opponent had suddenly revived with full health and all his injuries had recovered. It was simply unreasonable. Gather all the mechs and set off immediately. I'll leave. Jiang Li got up and left the mansion. At the same time, he kept in touch with troops 1, 2, 3, and 4. A few minutes later, more than 40,000 mechs gathered. Get in the car. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. Yes. Sure. Sure. All the mechs rushed onto the trucks. Jiang Wen, what are you doing? Matthew saw such a big crowd, so he came to ask. While I'm away, guard the Great Xia City well. Jiang Li glanced at Matthew and ordered in a deep voice, if anything happens to the capital of the Great Xia, you can forget about living. Kill yourself. Yes. Matthew trembled and immediately shouted, unless you step over this subordinate's corpse, no one can think of invading the city. Rumble. The engine roared. The transport truck ran at full speed and rushed out of the county. Behind the truck were artillery soldiers and tank mechs, forming a huge fleet. What happened? Matthew stood on the city wall and looked from afar. He whispered, my lord actually took all the soldiers. It can't be a demon invasion, right? Matthew guessed. YS-01. Jiang Li sat in the co-pilot's seat and XX-01 was standing next to him. They were rushing to the middle of the mountains at full speed while keeping in touch with the 4 troops. How much longer until the 2nd and 3rd troops arrive? Jiang Li asked. My lord, the mechs don't have the skill to walk on flat ground, so they are slow in the forest. They can't keep up with the transport mechs and tank mechs. GJS-01 said. In that case, the artilleries of the 2nd and 3rd units will leave the team temporarily. Transport mechs and tank mechs will reinforce the 1st unit as soon as possible. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Immediately report the losses of the 1st unit. Jiang Li said. My lord, the 1st unit has lost 1,000 cold weapon mechs, 900 combat mechs, 500 firearm mechs, and 400 biochemical mechs. XX-02 quickly reported the battle situation. We lost 100 electric mechs, 100 transport mechs, 50 artillery mechs, 30 tank mechs, and 30 mechanical rangers. Damn it. Jiang Li's face darkened. We've lost almost a third of our men. If this continues, I'm afraid the number 1 unit will be wiped out. Use energy points to repair the damaged mechs. Sure. Jiang Li used almost 7,000 energy points to repair the damage of all the mechs in the 1st unit. They were all back to their peak. I've recovered. These soldiers have all recovered from their injuries. He's not a real human, indeed. Be careful. The monster commanders shouted. It's like this again. Yi Huang's expression was dark as he looked at the fully recovered mechanical mammoth cavalry. He held the hilt of his sword tightly. He had used up a lot of his bloodline power and his face was pale. Yi Huang, stand down. I'll take action personally. At this moment, the Crown Prince rose from the back of the demon army and crossed more than half of the battlefield. He came to Yi Huang's side and stared at the mechanical mammoth cavalry. Crown Prince, Great General, I can help you. Yi Huang was unwilling to accept this. Back down. The Crown Prince shouted. Yes. Yi Huang gritted his teeth and retreated to the back. Although I don't know what Jiang Li did, he can heal the puppet soldiers in an instant. His ability is really shocking. The Crown Prince said slowly. Boom. The next moment, the Crown Prince suddenly moved. He reached out and pulled out the huge axe on his back. The handle of the axe was the same height as the Crown Prince, and the double-sided axe blade was wide, 1 meter wide and 3 meters long. Earth-splitting axe. Thump. The double-sided giant axe slashed down with an indomitable aura. The power of his bloodline surged, producing bursts of orange mist that was as thick as mountains. The mechanical mammoth ranger used its skill. Sprint, charge, brute force, heavy strike. The 4 skills were stacked. The pure white ivory spear pierced through. Boom. The next moment, The spear and the double-sided giant axe collided with each other. Both sides possessed extremely strong brute force, and the mammoth ivory spear bent almost 90 degrees. Roar! The mechanical mammoth soldier raised its head and hissed. Retreat! He was retreating. The mechanical mammoth rangers were actually retreating, and their stone pillar-like elephant legs plowed 2 trenches in the ground. In terms of strength, the mechanical mammoth rangers were actually at a disadvantage. Brute force stomp. Boon. The mechanical mammoth ranger stomped on the ground with all its might, directly cracking the ground and creating a huge pit. Cracks spread out, forming a shock wave. Whoosh! The crown prince's body trembled. An orange-yellow mist emerged, and an incomparably huge bull appeared behind him. On the bull's back, there was a huge mountain. 4th rank bloodline. Mountain-back bull. Roar! The mountain-back bull energy construct roared and suppressed the shock wave formed by the mechanical mammoth rangers' brute force trampoline. It did not hurt the crown prince at all. Boon! The next moment, the crown prince's body trembled, and an even more terrifying power burst out, directly sending the mechanical mammoth ranger flying. Its 9-meter-tall body flew out and knocked down large trees. He fell to the ground. Die! Shua! The crown prince leaped up and chased after the mechanical mammoth. He descended from the sky and swung his double-sided giant axe down. He then aimed at the mechanical mammoth and hacked down with all his might. Catcher! The axe hit the mechanical mammoth ranger and sank deep into it, almost cutting open the chest and stomach of the mechanical mammoth soldier, revealing its mechanical structure. Countless electric sparks flickered. What is this? The crown prince was stunned and looked at the mechanical mammoth soldier in shock. Repair. Shua. Jiangli used some energy points in time to repair the mechanical mammoth wanderer. While the crown prince was still in a daze, the mechanical mammoth wanderer flashed with white light. He recovered immediately. Heavy strike. The mechanical mammoth knight got up and immediately shot with all its might. Thump. The crown prince raised his double-sided giant axe and blocked the attack of the mechanical mammoth knight. He only took half a step back and could be said to be unscathed. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde. The crown prince took a deep breath, and the power of the bloodline in his body surged, producing an extremely powerful aura. He's able to recover in such a short time even after suffering such heavy injuries. It seems like I have to finish you off in one strike. Kill. The mechanical mammoth rangers stood up again and charged at the crown prince. They were not afraid of death and had no fear of death. On the other side. Boon. 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 After Yi Huang was free, he took some time to recover the power of his bloodline. Then, he charged into Jiangli's first unit with his sword. Clang. Go. Yi Huang swung his sword. The blazing profound ice sword chi cut off a tank mech's gun barrel, and then he swung his sword again. Catcher. The tank mech was cut in half. It was directly scrapped. Buzz. The scrap tank mech turned into light spots and disappeared, being recycled as energy points. Die. Yi Huang kept attacking. He was a monster at the early stage of level 3, which was much stronger than the perfected stage of level 2. After he joined the battle, he caused a lot of casualties to Jiangli's Team 1. Kill. 10 perfected stage level 2 electric-powered mech rushed over. The current battle situation. The first unit was surrounded by 100,000 demon soldiers and was in danger. They had lost more than 1/3 of their men. They could only send 10 perfected stage electric mech to stop Yi Huang. More words. The first unit could not stop the demon soldiers' attacks. He didn't know how long the 10 perfected stage electric-powered mech could last. Shua. Jiangli immediately opened the Dominator panel and took out the only level 3 Soul Tinder. It had just dropped and was about to be used up. Jiangli planned to collect another level 3 Soul Tinder so that he could upgrade the mechanical mammoth to level 3. This was the most cost-effective. However, the current situation. The first unit was surrounded by the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom's demon soldiers and suffered heavy losses. If this continued, they would definitely be defeated if they did not upgrade a level 3 soldier in time. The first unit would probably not be able to wait for the second and third units' reinforcements. Upgrade to electric-powered mech no. DN0100. Giandelli took a deep breath. Without hesitation, he used a level 3 Sol Tinder and 10,000 energy points to upgrade DN0100 to the perfected stage of level 2. Whoosh! The next moment, the level 3 Sol Tinder disappeared and was injected into the body of DN0100. 10,000 energy points were integrated into it, upgrading the electric-powered mech no. DN0100. Chapter 158 Thunder Mech. After Giandelli finished, he immediately looked up at the battlefield. In the scene of the battlefield, the 10 perfected stage level 2 electric mechs attacked together with all their might and formed an encirclement. There were countless electric lights flashing on their bodies, forming a huge electric net. It enveloped Yi Huang. Small tricks. Clang. HMPH. Yi Huang sneered. He slashed out with his sword, and the sharp sword radiance destroyed countless lightning bolts. His early stage level 3 strength completely suppressed the perfected stage level 2 electric-powered mech. There was a loud bang. The electric net collapsed and exploded into light spots. Shua. Yi Huang's figure flickered and disappeared from where he was. Catcher. The next moment, he appeared next to a perfected stage level 2 electric mech. The mystic ice sword in his hand swept across the night sky and cut off the head of the electric mech. A one-hit kill. It was directly scrapped. Buzz. The remains of the electric mech turned into light spots and disappeared, being recycled as energy points. Die. Shua. Die. Yi Huang chased after another perfected stage electric mech. He swept through the battlefield and no mech could stop him. Giandelli's face darkened. One had to know. Giandelli would lose 7,000 energy points for every perfected stage mech that was destroyed. Boom. On the other side, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The 9-meter-tall mechanical mammoth ranger was sent flying by the Crown Prince's axe. The Crown Prince had displayed extremely terrifying strength and completely crushed the mechanical mammoth ranger. The fact that the mechanical mammoth could last until now was already an extraordinary performance. Of course, the main reason was that Giandelli was always paying attention to the status of the mechanical mammoth wanderer and using energy points to repair the damage. Finally, at this moment, the electric-powered mech no. DN0100 had completed its upgrade. Clang. Catcher. On the battlefield, Yi Huang. Giandelli saw a purple lightning flash across the night sky. It was so fast that it reached Yi Huang in an instant. Boom. The purple lightning blocked Yi Huang's sword chi. Who is it? Yi Huang shouted in shock. Buzz. The purple lightning gradually dispersed. A 1.8-meter-tall young man came into view. He had a cold face and his eyes were purple like gems. He was wearing a camouflage military uniform. On his hands, he was wearing a pair of gloves with a purple lightning pattern. His military rank was promoted from first lieutenant to first lieutenant. Shua. Unit type, Thunder Mech. Rank, early stage of rank 3. No, LT01. Skill 1, Level 2 Ultimate Electric Energy Control. Skill 2, Stage 3 Inferior Grade Body of Thunder. Equipment, Level 3 Inferior Grade Lightning Gloves. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirement, 200,000 energy points. Giandelli checked the information of the newly upgraded Level 3 troop class. A Level 3 Thunder Mech. Giandelli was overjoyed and murmured, "Very good," he said. "It's rank 3. Boom. Yi Huang reacted and took a deep breath. He held the Profound Eye sword in his hand tightly and attacked first. He slashed out with his sword and the blazing Profound Eye sword chi slashed towards the LT-01. Boom. The LT-01 gathered electric energy and turned it into purple lightning. It gathered in its fists and formed a thunder fist print. It punched out and shattered the Profound Eye sword chi. Yi Huang took a few steps back, his expression grave. Profound Eye sword lotus. Buzz. Yi Huang let out a long cry and unleashed his full power. The Profound Ice Sword Lotus Dharma appeared and fused with the Profound Ice Sword in his hand, forming a huge sword radiance. The power was tyrannical. Upgrade. Sure. Jiangli used 140,000 energy points to upgrade LT-01 3 times in a row from the early stage of level 3 to the perfected stage of level 3. Buzz. Buzz. It only took a few seconds. Before he could finish, LT-01 had completed his advancement. The LT-01's appearance didn't seem to have changed much. Its eyes had turned pure purple, as transparent as gems, and purple lines appeared on its face as if they were flashing with lightning. The lightning gloves that only covered his palms had now covered both his arms. He was promoted from a captain to a colonel. It was the same rank as YNSH-01. Unit type, Thunder Mech. Rank, grand completion of rank 3. No, LT-01. Skill 1, Level 2 Ultimate Electric Energy Control. Skill 2, Tier 3 Ultimate Thunder Body. Equipment, Tier 3 Exquisite Thunder Braces. Machinery, Jianjia, omitted. Advancement requirements, 1 Level 4 Soul Tinder, 1 million energy points. Electric Energy Control. After the promotion, was at the perfected stage of level 3, which was far beyond Yi Huang's level. Facing Yi Huang's full power attack, gathered the power of electricity and struck out with his palm. There was a loud boom. The purple lightning palm print completely destroyed Yi Huang's sword radiance. Ah! Phut! Yi Huang let out a blood-curdling screech as his body flew backward. His bloodline power was destroyed and he flew hundreds of meters away, falling into the demon army. This one and I. Yi Huang fell to the ground and couldn't get up. He looked at the LT-01, which was surrounded by lightning, in shock and couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. Lord Yi. Lord Yi has been defeated. The other side actually has a third-rank expert. Quick, protect Lord Yi. The commanders of the demon soldiers cried out in alarm. Whoosh! The army formation started to move. Roar! The huge single-horned red python let out a roar. Yi Huang. The Crown Prince heard the commotion and turned around. He clearly saw Yi Huang being blown to the ground and his gaze fell on LT-01. It's only an army of less than 10,000 people, yet there's such a master hidden within. The Crown Prince's gaze was solemn. Not only can a perfected Stage 2 fight against an early Stage 3, but there's also a Stage 3 expert who can defeat Yi Huang in one move. Jiangli, how much more power are you hiding? I can only kill you first. Sure. The Crown Prince looked away and at the mechanical mammoth cavalry. Yi Huang was protected by the demon army and was not in danger for the time being. The Crown Prince held his double-faced giant axe and charged at the mechanical mammoth cavalry. Repair. Jiangli immediately used some energy points. Buzz. A white light appeared on the mechanical mammoth's body and its injuries recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The damage was also rapidly reduced. But even though the repair process was quick, it still required a few seconds. You have no chance. Earth-splitting barbaric bull. The Crown Prince roared. Roar. The mountain-back bull energy construct let out a roar. The power of its orange-yellow bloodline gathered and merged into the axe, reaching an extremely powerful level. Whoosh! The axe glowed as if it could split the earth. Die. The two-faced giant axe fell. If the mechanical mammoth ranger was hit by this axe, with the current level of damage, it would definitely be scrapped without any possibility of repair. Body of lightning. Catcher. It was a critical moment. The LT-01 seemed to have transformed into a purple thunderbolt, crossing half the battlefield and arriving in front of the mechanical mammoth at the last moment. Thump. The purple lightning flickered and formed a series of lightning bolts. With a crackling sound, the surrounding ground was charred black by the lightning. The two-faced giant axe and the lightning collided. The Crown Prince's pupils contracted. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out. The lightning was shattered and the axe radiance exploded. The sky was filled with light and a storm spread out, sweeping through the surroundings like a gale. Bang, 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 bang. There was a series of explosions. The ground shattered. Tier 3 perfection. The Crown Prince shouted in shock. Roar. At this moment, after the mechanical mammoth had finished repairing itself, it roared and stood up again. It stood together with the LT-01 and faced the Crown Prince. I've recovered. Perfected stage level 3. The Crown Prince's face darkened. Jiangli has a subordinate at perfected stage level 3. It's only a troop of 10,000 people, but there's a master at perfected stage level 3. I miscalculated. The Crown Prince's gaze was sullen. Kill. Support the first unit. Tank match charge. Mechanical rangers, kill them. Da-da 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 da-da. Boon. 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 Suddenly, roars and shouts came from the surroundings. Mechs came from behind the demon army. There were nearly 20,000 of them. Machine guns were fired, tanks were fired, and shells were fired. The mechanical rangers took out bazookas and aimed them at the demon army. They fired cannonballs and the cannonballs exploded in the demon army. Ah! A miserable scream rang out. Good? 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 Jiangli was overjoyed to see this. He smiled and laughed. Troops 2 and 3 are finally here. The demon army of the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom, this is the real beginning of the war. Attack with full force. Let's go. Jiangli ordered through the intel mech. An intense battle broke out in an instant. With the addition of the second and third units, they finally turned the tables and formed a head-on confrontation. More than 20,000 mech fought against more than 100,000 demon soldiers. Roar. The battle formation showed its power and blocked the cannons and explosions of the mechs. One had to know. 100,000 demon soldiers could form a Grade 2 military formation. A Stage 2 army formation required a Stage 3 expert to break through. In the battlefield in the middle of the Green Mountain Range, the only Stage 3 creature was the LT-01. However, the LT-01 was fighting the Crown Prince and could not escape. The Mechanical Mammoth Rangers led the Mechanical Rangers and charged at the demon army. Kill. At this moment, Yi Huang took a precious healing pill and recovered his injuries and combat strength. He led the elite demon soldiers and fought with the Mechanical Mammoth Cavalry. Boon. 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 The tank mech charged forward, firing their machine guns and bombarding the Stage 2 formation of the demon army. The giant pythons formed by the formation wailed. At the same time, the cold weapon mechs, combat mechs, biochemical mechs, and electric mechs were fighting with the demon soldiers in close combat. Fut. 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 On the battlefield, blood splattered, limbs flew, and corpses fell to the ground. Screams, shouts, roars, and sorrowful wails mixed together. How much longer will it take for us to arrive? Jiangli looked at the communication screen. My lord, half an hour. The driver of the mech YS-01 replied. All right, he said. Jiangli nodded. He had to calm down and not be anxious. For now. With the arrival of the reinforcements from the second and third units, as well as the LT-01 and the Mechanical Mammoth Rangers, the battle in the middle of the Green Mountains was in a stalemate. One had to know. There were 150,000 demon soldiers, but Jiangli's 3 troops didn't have more than 30,000. The difference was 5 or 6 times. Under such circumstances, to be able to maintain the stalemate was already an excellent result. Of course, this was because Jiangli's mechs were all at a high level. They were all above perfected stage level 1. There were many level 2 mechs, and some were even perfected stage level 2. That was why the situation was like this. How's the situation of the 4th unit? Jiangli asked. Chapter 159. The situation. My lord, the 4th unit has lost 1,100 mechs, including 100 level 2 mechs. However, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's barbarian army has been stopped. The intel mech of the 4th unit replied quickly. Yes. Jiangli nodded and murmured, thousands of mechs were lost so quickly. It seems like the battle in Chanshui City is quite intense. What's the situation with the Celestial Water City's army? More than 10,000 soldiers of Qianshui City have died, and there are less than 30,000 left. However, Qianshui City's army has a special military formation, and with the power of Luo Qianshui, the situation is still stable. The intel mech of Unit 4 replied again. Let's go to the middle of the mountains first and kill the 150,000 soldiers of the Red Eyebrow Empire. Then, I'll go to the Celestial Water City and defeat the barbarian army of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Time passed. About 10 minutes later, the artillery that had separated from the 2nd and 3rd units also rushed to the middle of the mountain range and met up with the 3 units. Boon. 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 With the addition of the 800 mechanical artilleries, Jiang Li's forces' firepower increased greatly. They bombarded the demon army one after another. Ah! The demon soldiers cried out in pain as they suffered the backlash from the battle formation. Why are there more reinforcements? The destructive power of these weapons is too strong. It's useless even with the protection of the military formation. The demon soldiers suffered the backlash of the military formation and lost many of them. But without the battle formation, the losses would be even more severe. Damn it! We have to destroy those weapons first. Bring out all the siege crossbows. Organize an elite force of rank 2 commanders to attack. The commanders of the demon soldiers shouted. Whoosh! 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 The siege crossbows were lined up, and the huge arrows shot through the air, creating a sharp whistling sound, and shot at the artillery and tank mechs. Boon! A round of attacks. It caused several artilleries to be scrapped and 1 tank mech to be lost. Boon! However, the artillery shells continued to bombard the city, destroying even more siege ballistae. Ah! The demon soldiers operating the ballistae were killed by the explosion. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the corpses were blown to pieces. The scene was quite tragic. The level 2 demon commanders were stopped by the electric mechs and mechanical rangers. Repair. Buzz. Jiandli waved his right hand and used more than 20,000 energy points to repair the damage of the 3 mechs. All their injuries were healed and they were full of energy. This buy-in. They've recovered. Damn it. The demon soldiers were dumbfounded and felt a chill in their hearts. Phut. Yi Huang was forced back by the mechanical mammoth and he coughed up blood. One had to know. Yi Huang's ability was obviously higher than the mechanical mammoth cavalry. The mechanical mammoth cavalry had been on the verge of being destroyed many times in the battle with Yi Huang and the Crown Prince. However, Jiandli used energy points many times to restore the mechanical mammoth rangers. It could be said that, if not for the mech being fearless and loyal, other people would have run away or collapsed in fear after such a battle. You bastard! Yi Huang roared in anger. He was extremely unwilling. He was about to win, but his opponent suddenly revived and recovered from all his injuries. It was simply unreasonable. Now, after fighting for so long, Yi Huang's bloodline power had been greatly consumed. The most important thing was, Yi Huang had been injured by the LT-01 before. Now that he was hit by the mechanical mammoth, his old injuries were triggered. He was coughing up blood and his face was pale. Sprint, charge, brute force. Boon. The mechanical mammoth cavalry started its counterattack and charged at Yi Huang. It held the mammoth ivory spear tightly and stabbed at Yi Huang with all its might. Heavy blow. Yi Huang's pupils contracted. Roar. Suddenly, the red python that was hovering in the air roared. Its 100-meter-long body fell like a mountain and crashed into the mechanical mammoth. Thump. The mechanical mammoth ranger was forced back. Ah! Phut! In the demon army, in order to block the attacks of the mechanical mammoth rangers, at least 1,000 demon soldiers screamed and spat out blood. Some of them even died after their bloodline power was sucked dry. Yi Huang's eyes widened. He was furious and filled with killing intent. He wanted to tear the mechanical mammoth cavalry into pieces, but he was helpless. Aggrieved. It was really too aggrieved. He was an early-stage level 3 demon who had just awakened his bloodline and had a 4th rank bloodline, but he could not do anything to a guy who had completed level 2. If it wasn't for that strange recovery ability, I would have killed this guy several times over. Yi Huang gritted his teeth. Boon. On the other side, the battle between T01 and the Crown Prince became more and more intense. Purple thunderbolts wreaked havoc in the surroundings like huge lightning snakes, bombarding the Crown Prince. It could be seen. The Crown Prince's body trembled, and the illusion of a mountain appeared on his body. It enveloped his entire body and blocked the bombardment of the purple lightning. At the same time, the Crown Prince swung his axe at number LT01. Sure. The LT01 transformed into a bolt of lightning and easily dodged the Crown Prince's attack. He then retaliated by stabbing the lightning like a spear. Bang! The Crown Prince chopped down with his axe and shattered the lightning spear. Bang 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 bang. The two sides were locked in a fierce battle, and it was impossible to determine the winner in a short time. Obviously, the Crown Prince's cultivation was at the perfected stage of level 3, the same as LT01. Furthermore, he had a 4th rank bloodline and had mastered powerful demonic arts. His combat power was extremely strong. Was unable to do anything to the other party. Similarly, had mastered the body of thunder and could transform into thunder. His attack power was strong and his speed was extremely fast. Even the Crown Prince was unable to defeat him, and the situation became a stalemate. Break. Boom. The Crown Prince took a deep breath and swung his axe with all his might, shattering the thunder and forcing the LT01 to retreat. He then quickly pulled away. All troops, retreat. When the Crown Prince saw Yi Huang's defeat, he knew that things were no longer possible. The strength of Jiangli's troop was far beyond the Crown Prince's expectation. If Yi Huang was killed, then the mechanical mammoth rangers would not be able to stop the demons. They might even be able to break through the stage 2 army formation with brute force and cause immeasurable casualties. One had to know. They were only the troops Jiangli sent to camp in the mountains. There were just over 30,000 of them, but they could fight against 150,000 demon soldiers. It was simply terrifying. Who tilde tilde who tilde who tilde. The Crown Prince took a deep breath and thought to himself, I wanted to destroy Jiangli's team first to weaken some of his forces, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. The war has been going on for so long. I'm afraid Jiangli's reinforcements are already on their way. These 30,000 puppet soldiers are definitely not all of Jiangli's strength. If Jiangli comes with the main force, I'm afraid the 150,000 strong demon army will be annihilated here. Crown Prince General, why are we retreating? There are less than 20,000 of Jiangli's troops left. We've lost more than 10,000 soldiers. As long as we spare no effort, we can kill all of them here. Great General, we cannot retreat. Otherwise, the tens of thousands of demon soldiers would have died in vain. The commander of the demon soldiers shouted. I can still fight. I can burn my bloodline, Yi Huang roared. With the power of my 4th rank bloodline, it's enough to raise my realm and increase my combat power. I'm going to kill them today no matter what. The blood of hundreds of thousands of demons can't be shed in vain. Enough. Shut up. The Crown Prince chided in a deep voice. His tone was firm and authoritative. I'm the commander. My words are orders. Retreat. Retreat. I can't accept this. Retreat. The commanders of the demon soldiers clenched their fists tightly as their eyes turned red. They looked at the demon soldiers' corpses on the ground. The blood gathered and the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Retreat. More than 100,000 demon soldiers began to retreat. The Stage 2 army formation was activated to block the bombardment of the cannonballs. They retreated from the Green Mountain Range at the fastest speed and returned to the territory of the Red-Browed Yarra Kingdom. Boom. At the back of the Crown Prince, his perfected Stage 3 strength burst out, pushing back the LT-01 and the mechanical mammoth cavalry at the same time. He swung his giant axe and the orange axe light swept across the sky. Bang 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 bang. In the air, The artillery shells were shattered by the Crown Prince's axe and exploded, filling the sky with flames like gorgeous fireworks. Let's go. Sure. The Crown Prince looked at the LT-01 and the war weapons. His face was gloomy and his eyes were full of killing intent. Then he turned and left. At this moment, outside the Green Mountain Range, the main force led by Jiangli had arrived. Through XX-01's communication screen, he clearly saw that the demon army was about to retreat. Jiangli was 10,000 meters away from the battlefield in the middle of the mountains, within the firing range of the mechanical artillery. You want to leave? Did you ask me? Humph. Jiangli snorted. All mechanical artilleries lock onto the target from a distance. Mechanical rangers go to the battlefield as fast as you can. Stop the demon army. Yes. Rumble. A total of 1,600 mech artilleries, including 440 mech artilleries that were at the perfected stage of Type 2, were mobilized. The mechanical cannon used the detection lock technique to lock onto the target and determine the trajectory. Target locked. Please give your orders. Target locked. Please give your orders. Target locked. Please give your orders. Fire the cannons. Jiangli waved his right hand. Boon. 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 1,160 cannons and 440 cannonballs were fired at the same time. 1,600 cannonballs rose into the air. Under the night sky, the cannonballs streaked across the night sky with fireworks. It was extremely gorgeous. What's that? When the Crown Prince heard the commotion, he raised his head and looked up at the sky. 1,600 cannonballs were bombarding at high speed, bringing with them a destructive aura. The most important thing was, the cannonballs were aimed at the Crown Prince. Great General. Crown Prince General, be careful. Not good. The commanders of the demon soldiers were shocked. Mountain back protection. Buzz. The Crown Prince's pupils contracted as he roared. His bloodline erupted and the mountain back bull appeared, becoming one with the Crown Prince. A huge mountain appeared on the Crown Prince's body, covering him. Rumble. The next moment, a total of 1,600 cannonballs exploded on the Crown Prince's body. It was an indescribable scene. It was extremely shocking. The flames soared to the sky, the earth shook, rocks flew, and smoke filled the air. The surrounding trees were destroyed, the ground cracked, and a huge pit was blasted out. The area was charred black, and flames were ignited. Chapter 160 Battle to the Death. What's going on? Jiangli was staring at the image on the communication projection. The entire screen was covered by the burning fire, and he couldn't see anything. He could only vaguely see a tall and sturdy figure standing in the dancing flames. He was tall and straight like a mountain. Roar. The next moment, roar, the mountain back bull's roar rang in the air, making Jiangli's ears buzz. It set off a strong wind that swept through the surroundings and blew away the flames. Phut! The Crown Prince vomited blood. The mountain that covered his body gradually cracked and shattered, turning into orange-yellow light spots that gradually dissipated. Cough, cough. The Crown Prince was coughing up blood again, his face a little pale. Although the Crown Prince was a perfected stage 3 and was very powerful, he was still injured after taking so many cannonballs head-on. One had to know. Among the 1,600 cannonballs, there were 440 cannonballs. Each cannonball was equivalent to a full-force attack of a perfected stage 2. Even this didn't kill him. A perfected stage tier 3 is really powerful. I can't use common sense, Jiangli mumbled. After all, this is a super fantasy world. The individual martial strength is extremely strong. However, Jiangli's attack caught the Crown Prince off guard. The Crown Prince obviously didn't expect Jiangli's reinforcements to arrive so quickly. He had just decided to retreat when Jiangli came. All troops, charge. Go. Jiangli ordered. Rumble. Immediately after, the engine roared. The transport mechs and tank mechs all used their skills. Tens of thousands of mechs rushed into Qingshan Mountain as fast as they could under Jiangli's order. It could be seen. The big tree in front of him was knocked down. The huge movement attracted the beast's attacks. The firearm mech stood on the truck and started shooting crazily, killing the beasts one by one. The tank mech crushed the beast and killed it. The mechanical soldiers didn't enter the mountains. Under Jianglei's order, they all stayed outside the mountains and fired from a distance. Sure. The LT-01 turned into a bolt of purple lightning and charged at the Crown Prince. The lightning condensed into a lightning spear. Bang! The Crown Prince's axe struck down and shattered the thunder spear, but he also took a few steps back. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, which affected his injury. Great General! The Crown Prince's general is injured. Let's quickly go to help. When Yi Huang and the other demon soldier commanders saw this, they were shocked. They stopped retreating and turned around to help the Crown Prince. Don't come over. Retreat. The Crown Prince turned around and roared at the demon soldiers behind him, retreat. Great General. But Ying Luo, Yi Huang and the others were stunned. Kill. Sure. 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 Immediately. Stop them, Jianglei ordered the 3 troops to stop the demon army at all costs. They couldn't let the demon army escape. The 20,000 match charged forward. Boon. The Crown Prince's all-out attack forced LT-01 to retreat. He endured his injuries and retreated at full speed. He had no intention of continuing the battle. Boon. 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 However, at this moment, let's go. Jianglei's mechanical artilleries around the Green Mountain Range fired another round and targeted the Crown Prince again. Quick, stop them. Roar. The demon army activated the Grade 2 battle formation. The huge red python roared into the sky like a flood dragon that emerged from the sea and charged into the sky. Boon. 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 The cannonballs exploded in the air and landed on the red python's body. It was like fireworks exploding in the air. It was extremely beautiful. The red python wailed. Ah. PFFF. The Grade 2 formation caused a backlash to the demon soldiers and nearly 3,000 demon soldiers died. At the same time, the 3 troops charged forward at all costs. Although it affected the retreat of the demon army, it also caused many match to be scrapped. Charge. Finally. In the surrounding forest. Let's go. The mechanical rangers that Jianglei sent out first arrived at the battlefield and charged at the demon army with the other 3 troops. He took the lead. The mechanical ranger took out a bazooka and began to bombard the area. After the bazooka's shells were all blown up, it took out the night spear. Kill. The 1,600 mech rangers charged into the battle formation and fought with the demon soldiers. They were agile and flexible. They stabbed with their spears and took the lives of the demon soldiers. Damn it, it's too late. The Crown Prince's face was gloomy. He looked at the 1,600 Stage 2 experts with a serious expression. He took a deep breath and stopped. I didn't expect Jianglei's main force to come so quickly. The Crown Prince's tone was grave. Great General. What do you think we should do next? Do we fight or retreat? We'll do as you say. That's right. General, please give the order. In the surroundings. The demon soldier commanders looked at the Crown Prince with determination and the determination to die. Yi Huang also held the Mystic Ice sword in his hand tightly. When necessary, I will burn my bloodline. Yi Huang said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha. The Crown Prince laughed. Yi Huang, you're not the only one with a 4th-rank bloodline. I have a 4th-rank bloodline too. Furthermore, my cultivation is much stronger than yours. All right. Yi Huang smiled, then let's see who can kill more. You're quite bold. The Crown Prince glanced at it. Since we can't leave, then we'll fight to the death and not retreat. We'll die and live. There are no cowards in our demon race. The Crown Prince took a deep breath and activated his bloodline power. Then, he let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the entire battlefield. Fight to the death and not retreat. Fight to the death and not retreat. Fight to the death and not retreat. Roar. The army formation revolved and the crimson pythons roared. The murderous aura of the army gathered and the morale of the army rose like a rainbow, forming an extremely terrifying army. The entire army was united. Finally, at this moment, let's go. Jiangli led the main force to the edge of the battlefield. The transport mech stopped and the doors opened. The mech got off one by one. Catcher! Catcher! The firearm mech got into a battle formation. Roar! The walking corpse puppet charged in front. Combat mechs, biochemical mechs, cold weapon mechs, electric mechs followed closely behind. Tank mechs also entered the battlefield. The 60,000 mechs formed a powerful formation. Jiangli is here. The Crown Prince raised his head and looked at each other. Jiangli got out of the passenger seat of YS-01. YNSH-01 followed closely behind him. The 4 Stage 3 walking corpses appeared one by one. It's indeed a strong army that has been through hundreds of battles. Jiangli looked ahead. The army of demon soldiers formed a huge army. They gathered the military killing intent and used their bloodline power to drive the army. In the air, like an ancient giant beast, the red python coiled around, its might surging. Just a glance at it made people feel suffocated. Furthermore, the morale of this army of demon soldiers was high. They were fearless and had a strong momentum. If an ordinary army faced such a strong army, they would probably be intimidated by the morale before the battle even started and would not be able to display their strength. But this wouldn't happen to Jiangli's mech army. The demon army's morale and momentum couldn't affect the mechs at all. All troops, hear my order. Kill. The Crown Prince roared. Kill. Charge. Kill the enemy. With the Crown Prince's order, the demon army of more than 100,000 soldiers took the lead and charged forward. As far as the eye could see, it was all demon soldiers. Deafening galloping sounds. Die. Fut. 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 The first thing that the demon army encountered were the 13,000 walking corpse puppets. The demon soldiers hacked at the walking corpse puppets, causing blood to splash everywhere. They realized these zombie-like enemies were all demons. Furthermore, even if they cut the walking corpse into two, the other side could still move. This was the first time they had encountered such an enemy, and it caused some chaos among the demon soldiers. However, in less than half a minute, they found the weakness of the walking corpse puppet. These are all corpses controlled by the enemy. As long as I chop their heads off, they will be completely dead. A commander of the demon soldiers shouted. So it's the head. I understand. Kill. Fut. The demon soldiers reacted and took action one after another. They aimed at the head of the walking corpse puppet and smashed it. One by one, the walking corpse puppet was destroyed. However, before the demon soldiers could catch their breath, Jiangli's mech army arrived in front of them. There were tens of thousands of perfected stage level 1 mechs. The two sides clashed. Boon. 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 The war was getting more and more intense. Whoosh. The biochemical mechs spread their biochemical toxins, trying to corrupt and transform the demons, but they were blocked by the light mist of the military formation. Fut. 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 The electric mechs, mechanical rangers, and tank mechs rushed into the battlefield. Thousands of Stage 2 mechs and nearly 1,000 affected Stage 2 mechs rushed into the battlefield. At this moment, Jiangli's mech army crushed the Crown Prince's army of demon soldiers. One by one, the demons were killed. Blood flew everywhere and bodies fell. Break the army formation. Stop. Jiangli shouted. Yes. YNSH-01 waved his right hand. Go. Roar. Roar. Immediately, the black and white elder puppet corpses roared and jumped up, rushing to the battlefield. Their figures rose into the air and gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, forming a black fog. Double Fiend Domain. Whoosh. The black-white elder walking corpse puppet used its most powerful attack. The black double evil domain spread out and enveloped the demon army. The red python was covered by the domain. The black and white elders were at the late stage of Tier 3. When the two of them joined forces, they could fight with YNSH-01, who was at the perfected stage of Tier 3. But his combat strength was still very strong. Raw. Boom. It could be seen. The red python was immediately shattered by the double fiend domain. It only managed to resist for a few seconds before it exploded into light spots. Ah. The battle formation has been broken. Rank 3. Another Tier 3. No. Fut. As the Stage 2 formation was broken, the red python was destroyed and the light fog that protected the demon soldiers dissipated. After losing the protection of the battle formation. Boom. 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 The shells exploded in the middle of the demon army, killing many of them. The tank match fired one after another. The ballistae that could cause a lot of damage to level 2 troops like tank match were blown up, and the demon soldiers who were operating the ballistae were killed. Da. The firearm mech and the tank mech fired their machine guns crazily on the battlefield. Their firing speed was much faster than the firearm mech. They killed demon soldiers one after another. Chapter 161 Burning. They had lost the protection and buffs of the Stage 2 army formation. The demon army was completely suppressed by Jiang Li's mech army. They suffered heavy casualties and almost couldn't fight back. The scale of victory was leaning towards Jiang Li. As expected, it wouldn't take long for the war to end and the Yarrow army to be wiped out. Whoosh! The biochemical mech started to release their biochemical poison skills. The biochemical poison mist spread out with them as the center, forming a poisonous mist area. The demons who fell into this area were infected by the biochemical toxins and died in shrill screams. Then they were transformed into walking puppets one by one. Of course, demon soldiers could also rely on their bloodline power to resist the infection and transformation of biochemical toxins. However, when the bloodline power was exhausted, they could only be transformed into walking corpses. YNSH-01, send out all the Type 3 walking puppets. Jiang Li said. Yes. YNSH-01 nodded and controlled the undead puppet behind him. Sure. Sure. Jiang Boi's walking puppet and a red dragon walking puppet entered the battlefield one after another. They were like two black streams of light rushing into the battlefield with full combat power. It could be seen. Jiang Boi's walking corpse puppet's sharp claws tore through the air. When it waved, it could easily tear apart the demon soldiers' bodies like tofu. Fut. The red dragon's body was covered in black flames. The heavenly halberd swept around, knocking away demon soldiers one after another. Every demon soldier that was hit either died or was seriously injured. A scarlet dragon. Yi Huang was stunned. On the battlefield, Yi Huang was fighting with the mechanical mammoth. He was stunned when he saw the red dragon puppet walking corpse. Cooperate with the mechanical mammoth rangers and kill the level 3 demons. Jiang Li said. Sure. Sure. Under YNSH-01's control, the two early-stage rank 3 walking puppets immediately rushed to Yi Huang. They joined forces with the mechanical mammoth cavalry and attacked Yi Huang in a 3-on-1 battle. Yi Huang was fighting 1 against 3, and after a few moves, he was at a disadvantage. Fut. Jiang Boi's walking corpse puppet tore open a wound on Yi Huang's back. Blood splashed. Yi Huang retreated and the ice power of the profound ice sword lotus froze the wound, stopping the bleeding. Cough cough. Yi Huang coughed up blood and looked at the red dragon puppet corpse. You're not the red dragon. The red dragon is dead. You're just a puppet controlled by the enemy. You're not the red dragon. On the other side. Double fiend domain. Boom. After the black and white elder walking corpse puppet broke the battle formation, it immediately joined hands with the LT-01 and used its most powerful means. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered and formed an innate domain enveloping the crown prince. Mountain back protection. Buzz. The crown prince conjured a mountain to block the power of the double demon's domain. At the same time, he held the axe with both hands and forced back the LT-01's attack. However, The LT-01's power of lightning still affected the Crown Prince. Electric arcs flickered on the Crown Prince's body, and the power of lightning gradually numbed his nerves. In order to deal with me, they sent out a perfected stage Tier 3 and 2 late-stage Tier 3 martial artists. Ha ha ha. Ha ha. The Crown Prince laughed loudly. He looked up at Jiang Li, who was standing at the back of the battlefield. Jiang Li, you really think highly of me? Jiang Li just looked at the Crown Prince calmly. The Crown Prince looked at the battlefield. The battle that entered his eyes made the Crown Prince's expression turn completely sullen. He could clearly see that the demon army he led was at an absolute disadvantage. The Stage 2 battle formation was broken and couldn't stop Jiang Li's war weapons. The demon soldiers fell one after another, turning into incomplete corpses. But none of the demon soldiers retreated in fear. It had to be said. These demon soldiers were indeed the Red Eyebrows Demon Kingdom's army. They were elite soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles. With the support of faith, they suppressed their fear of death. Are we going to lose? The Crown Prince's eyes were deep and cold. Bloodline ignition. Whoosh. At this moment, Yi Huang was the first to give up. He was surrounded by 2 Stage 3 experts and the mechanical mammoth cavalry. His injuries were getting worse. Crown Prince General, I'm sorry. I'll make the first move. Yi Huang let out a long cry and flew into the air. The power of his bloodline burning produced a powerful pressure and set off a vast amount of spiritual qi. He laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Yi Huang. The Crown Prince's pupils contracted. Lord Yi. My lord. The demon soldiers looked up with sorrowful expressions. In the air, it was a huge profound ice sword lotus. After burning his bloodline, the profound ice sword lotus grew to 100 meters in diameter, burning with an icy blue profound ice flame. At this moment, Yi Huang's strength increased and he broke through the barrier. He was now at the mid-stage of the 3rd rank. His combat strength had increased greatly. It's a last-ditch struggle. Jiang Li looked at them calmly. Fire. Jiang Li waved his hand. The thousands of mechanical artilleries on the outskirts of the Green Mountain Range immediately changed their target. They adjusted the angle of the barrels and locked onto Yi Huang, who was in midair. Fire. Boon. 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 After that, 1,600 cannonballs were fired, leaving trails of fire in the air as they shot towards Yi Huang. Yi Huang raised his head and saw the 1,600 cannonballs. His pupils constricted and he felt a sense of death approaching. He couldn't hide. He had already been locked on. Yi Huang. The Crown Prince roared. We are finished. The demon soldiers' eyes dimmed. Profound ice sword lotus slash. Whoosh. Yi Huang immediately gathered his strongest power. The 100-meter wide profound ice sword lotus fused with him and was completely integrated into the sword. Slash. Yi Huang let out a long cry and slashed out with all his might. A 100-meter long profound ice sword radiance was slashed out, burning with icy blue profound ice flames. Boon. 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 The sword light slashed out, sweeping across the sky and shattering the cannon shells. They exploded, causing shockwaves to spread out. Finally, the profound ice sword radiance was shattered. Yi Huang used all his strength and enjoyed the same treatment as the Crown Prince. Under the enhancement of the burning of his bloodline, he managed to stop the bombardment with great difficulty. Phut! Yi Huang spat out blood. The explosion had injured him and he fell from the sky. Heavy strike. Thump. The mechanical mammoth knight leaped up from the back of the mechanical mammoth soldier. It held the long spear of the mammoth knight with both hands and activated its skill, stabbing out with the long spear. Clang. Yi Huang hurriedly faced his opponent and slashed out with his sword. The sword chi exploded and he felt a strong force rushing into his body through the sword in his hand. PFFF. Yi Huang vomited blood again and his body flew backward. He landed on the ground and rolled for hundreds of meters before he crashed into a huge rock. Catcher! Catcher! The huge rock behind him split into pieces. Shua! Jiang Boi's walking corpse puppet arrived in front of Yi Huang. It didn't give Yi Huang any chance to catch his breath. Sharp claws appeared on his hands and he waved them to tear. Ah! Yi Huang bellowed and unleashed the power of the abstruse Ice Sword Lotus again. Boom! The profound Ice Sword Lotus Dharma form appeared and then exploded, forming sword chi that filled the sky. It was as if a flower had blossomed in the center, splashing in all directions. Jiang Boi's walking corpse puppet waved its sharp claws and shattered the sword chi. Bang! There were too many sword chi. Jiang Boi's walking corpse puppet couldn't block all of them and was finally sent flying. Cough cough. Yi Huang coughed up blood, which was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. He was at his limit. He was already an arrow at the end of its flight after exploding his Dharma. Roar. The next moment, the black flood dragon roared. The red dragon walking corpse held the halberd with both hands. The flood dragon Dharma power was integrated into the halberd and burned with black flames. Die. The blade of the halberd swept towards Yi Huang's head. Ah! Yi Huang shouted and raised the sword in his hand. Clang! The mystic ice sword in his hand was sent flying hundreds of meters away and stabbed into the trunk of a huge tree. The hilt of the sword trembled. Yi Huang looked at his empty right hand and raised his head. What he saw was the red dragon puppet corpse's dark eyes that were emotionless. It was a puppet. I didn't expect that I'd be so silly. Phut! Yi Huang's head exploded like a watermelon that fell from the sky. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground. Yi Huang did not even manage to finish his sentence. Bang! After that, Yi Huang's headless body fell. Death! Lord Yi! In the surroundings, the demon soldiers and commanders looked at Yi Huang's headless body in shock. They could not accept the fact that Yi Huang had been killed, but that was the truth. Do we really have no chance of winning? Lord Yi has been killed. No. Even if I die, I'll take one down with me. Fight to the death and not retreat. To die and live. The demon soldiers who had been through hundreds of battles roared. Obviously. They were very clear. Fear, and cowardice were all useless. They would only make one die faster. On the battlefield, only by abandoning the fear of death and fighting to the death with the enemy could one have a chance of survival. Jiang Li waited for a while, but he didn't see any level 3 soul tinder fly out of Yi Huang's body. What a pity. No. Jiang Li shook his head. Boom. What? Jiang Li heard a loud explosion. He immediately looked towards the direction of the explosion and saw that LT-01 was sent flying by the Crown Prince's axe. His chest had split open from the middle. The damage level had risen from 20% to 50%. Repair. Jiang Li immediately used energy points to restore LT-01. Buzz. The LT-01's body glowed and the damage it received gradually decreased. Its injuries were healing rapidly and the hole in its chest was healing rapidly. Fire. Jiang Li saw it clearly. On the Crown Prince. It was burning with orange flames. Behind him, the mountain-back bull appeared. Its entire body was burning as it wailed. However, its might continued to rise. But, in the end, it was as if they were restricted by an invisible barrier. Unable to continue upgrading. Double Fing Domain. The Black Elder and the White Elder, the two walking corpse puppets, joined forces and once again displayed the power of the domain to stop the Crown Prince. Can't even withstand a single blow. Thump. The Crown Prince raised his hand and chopped down with his axe. The orange-yellow axe light tore the double demon's domain apart and shattered it. The black and white old puppet zombies flew out. Defeated in one move. As expected. Burning their bloodline. Jiang Li murmured. I wonder how much stronger a perfected stage level 3 monster will be after burning their bloodline. Chapter 162 Victory. Shua. 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 Under Jiang Li's order, the mechanical mammoth rangers and the two early stage rank 3 walking corpse puppets immediately targeted the Crown Prince. He charged forward. On the battlefield, the biggest threat was the Crown Prince. The general's Tau has also ignited his bloodline. The Crown Prince's general is at the perfected stage of rank 3. After burning his 4th grade bloodline, his strength has increased. Although he can't break through the barrier of rank 4, he's infinitely close to rank 4. We'll definitely win, we'll definitely win. The demon race will win. Great General will definitely be able to turn the tide of the battle. The demon soldiers' commanders shouted one after another to boost their morale. At the same time, they also gave themselves hope, a hope of victory. Jiang Li. The Crown Prince raised his head. His eyes were cold and he did not hide his killing intent at all. The killing intent that seemed to have materialized formed a terrifying aura. You must die today. Boon. As soon as he finished speaking, let's go. The Crown Prince charged at Jiang Li. He ignored everything around him and only looked at Jiang Li. He only had one goal. And that was to kill Jiang Li. As long as they could kill Jiang Li, they would win the war. The Crown Prince knew very well that all the soldiers here were puppets created by Jiang Li with the ancient puppet technique. As soon as Jiang Li died, this war could be won without a fight. Roar. The mechanical mammoth ranger let out a roar and activated its skills one after another. Its entire body was covered in a thick white skill radiance. Get lost. Thump. The Crown Prince's axe came down and a bright axe light burst out. It contained terrifying brute force and sent the mechanical mammoth ranger flying. Catcher. Catcher. A huge gash appeared on the mechanical mammoth's body and it flew hundreds of meters away, creating a huge pit. The damage level immediately rose to 50%. One strike. It was only one strike. The mechanical mammoth had already been severely injured. If the axe were to land on it again, the mechanical mammoth would probably be completely destroyed. He's indeed very strong, Jiang Li said to himself. He felt some pressure. Sure. 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 Jiang Boi's walking corpse puppet had already attacked. Its sharp claws danced and formed a sky full of claw shadows. The speed was very fast. Only after images could be seen as it tore at the Crown Prince. Bang bang bang. A mountain appeared on the Crown Prince's body. He used the mountain back protection to block all the attacks of Jiang Boi's zombie puppets. The mountain shook and ripples appeared. What are you doing? Sure. The Crown Prince suddenly stretched out his hand as fast as lightning, like a cheetah that had been planning for a long time. Jiang Boi's zombie puppet couldn't avoid it in time and was grabbed by the head. Roar. Jiang Boi's zombie puppet's head was grabbed, but it didn't care. It roared and waved its sharp claws to grab the Crown Prince, but it was blocked by the mountain. He could not hurt the Crown Prince at all. Pathetic thing. Die. The Crown Prince snorted and then exerted force with his left hand. His left arm almost swelled up and the blue veins bulged. With a pop of sound, the head of Jiang Boi's zombie puppet exploded. The headless corpse fell. He crushed it to death. Roar. Immediately after, the black water dragon that was burning with flames roared. The red dragon undead puppet took the opportunity to attack. The heavenly halberd stepped out like a dragon coming out of the sea. Red dragon, let me free you from your suffering. Boon. The Crown Prince shouted. He raised his axe and chopped down. The axe light burst out and easily destroyed the red dragon zombie puppet's attack. He quickly approached and chopped at the red dragon's head. At this moment, the LT-01 had already recovered. He activated his body of thunder and turned into a bolt of lightning. Like a bolt of purple lightning, he moved at top speed and blocked the Crown Prince's attack. Boon. 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 The two sides fought, lightning wreaked havoc, and axe radiance swept across. Sure. Sure. Immediately after, Jiang Li used some energy points to recover the mechanical mammoth ranger's injuries. He then asked the black and white elders, the red dragon, the three walking corpses, and the LT-01 to work together. Boon. 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 The entire mountain was shaking. The battle was extremely intense. The Crown Prince was fighting against 5 people at the same time, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. He even had the upper hand. After burning his bloodline, his strength had increased greatly. The ground cracked, soil and stones flew everywhere, and energy trembled. Earth-splitting axe. The Crown Prince roared and gathered powerful strength. He held the axe with both hands and chopped down with the double-sided giant axe. It contained an indomitable momentum as if it could split the earth. It formed a huge axe light. Obviously, the Crown Prince was very clear. Although burning his bloodline could increase his strength, there was a time limit. Moreover, the repercussions were great, and it would be good if his cultivation dropped. So, it would only be disadvantageous to him if this dragged on. He had to end the battle as soon as possible. We can't waste any more time on them. Boom! An explosion sounded. The Crown Prince's attack was so powerful that it forced back T-01, the mechanical mammoth ranger, and the 3 undead puppets, sending them flying. Kill! The Crown Prince roared. Boom! He stomped on the ground and created a huge pit. Then, he flew over half of the battlefield and charged at Jiang Li. Boom! 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 The next moment, the tank match aimed at the Crown Prince, who was in the air, and fired directly. The tank shells exploded one after another, forming fireworks in the sky. You can't stop me with these! The Crown Prince roared. Boom! He gathered his power and roared like an ox demon. The double-sided giant axe swept across the sky. The axe light broke through the sky and formed a half-moon shape, shattering the cannonballs and causing them to explode in advance. Catcher! Catcher! The electric mech cast a skill and formed a huge electric net that covered the sky. Shatter! Bang! Break! The Crown Prince swung his axe again, shattering the power grid and closing the distance between him and Jiang Li. Great General! You must succeed. We will definitely succeed. I will. The demon soldiers looked on and could not help but clench their fists. They had already placed their final hope of victory on the Crown Prince. Now, the Crown Prince's eyes lit up and he let out a roar. Earth-splitting barbaric bull. Whoosh! At this moment, the Crown Prince was floating in the air in front of Jiang Li. He was covered in orange flames. He was like a god of war who had walked out of the flames. Its power was overwhelming and it shook the battlefield. Powerful. It was extremely powerful. It could be said that this was the Crown Prince's peak state. He had gathered all his power. The mountain-back bull roared and merged into one. All the power. All of it was gathered in the axe. He only had one goal. Kill Jiang Li. Die. Jiang Li. The Crown Prince held the handle of the axe with both hands and hacked at Jiang Li. Suddenly, the axe glowed, mountains appeared, and bulls roared. The dazzling axe radiance was extremely dazzling in the night. YNSH-01, it's your turn. Jiang Li stepped back. Yes. YNSH-01 walked out from behind Jiang Li and stood in front of him. Whoosh! Mechanical psionic energy was released. A thick black psionic light enveloped YNSH-01's body, and an extremely powerful aura was released to fight against the Crown Prince. Shua! Shua! After that, hundreds of mech drivers at the perfected stage of level 2 quickly walked out of the transport truck and guarded Jiang Li. The Crown Prince's pupils contracted. Boom! Boom! The psionic cannonball was fired and collided with the Crown Prince's axe. It exploded instantly, producing a huge destructive force that shook the surroundings. Tier 3 perfection! The Crown Prince shouted in shock. He's another perfected stage rank 3. How is this possible? Jiang Li has an expert at the perfected stage of level 3 to protect him. How did this happen? All the monsters were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. Even a perfected stage tier 3 martial artist can't block my axe. The Crown Prince roared. Psionic control. Buzz. Mechanical psionic energy continued to surge out of YNSH-01's body. It gradually spread out and enveloped the surrounding area, forming a psionic domain. The psionic domain clashed with the Crown Prince's axe. The continuous collisions produced a series of explosions and bursts of light. Break. The Crown Prince roared. His eyes were bloodshot and his veins were bulging. His body seemed to have expanded. Boom. The psionic domain was destroyed and exploded into a sky full of ghostly light. Rub rub rub. YNSH-01 kept retreating. Its damage level increased to 20%. Its biochemical physique was activated and it was gradually recovering. Jiang Li, die. The Crown Prince roared and charged again. Boom. Boom. On the outskirts of the Green Mountain Range, 1,600 cannons fired at Jiang Li's order. They locked onto the Crown Prince and fired. It's Ying Luo again. The Crown Prince's pupils contracted. Boom. Boom. The cannonballs landed on the Crown Prince and he was blown away. The explosion affected Jiang Li because he was too close. Hundreds of perfected stage mech drivers guarded Jiang Li, blocking the aftermath of the explosion for him. Only a slight breeze ruffled Jiang Li's hair. In the midst of the sky full of flames. Cough cough. The Crown Prince appeared in Jiang Li's sight. He was coughing blood and the orange flame on his body was dimming. It was almost time. Let's join forces and kill him. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Whoosh. YNSH-01, LT-01, MMYQ-01, the black and white elder walking puppets and the red dragon walking corpse immediately attacked the Crown Prince. Ah. You're courting death. The Crown Prince roared with bloodshot eyes. He raised his double-faced giant axe and charged at Jiang Li again. Great General Swan Ni. Let's fight it out with them. Burn your bloodline. Kill. At this moment, the Crown Prince's Demon Soldier army launched their final attack. The Rank 2 Demon Soldier commanders with 3rd rank bloodlines used the means of burning their bloodlines to increase their strength. Rumble. The sounds of fighting on the battlefield became even more mournful. The last wave of attack from the demon army did cause a lot of damage to Jiang Li's mech army. A commander at the perfected stage of level 2 could be infinitely close to level 3 after burning his bloodline. So, many of the mechs were destroyed. However, this was the final struggle, just like the final radiance of the setting sun. Finally, a few minutes later, the Crown Prince had used up all his energy and was at his limit. His body was covered in wounds. After being attacked by the LT-01, half of his body was charred black. YNSH-01's wound was on his chest. It was so deep that the bones could be seen. Boom. YNSH-01 fired a psionic cannon and sent the Crown Prince flying. The Crown Prince vomited blood and fell to the ground. He was on the verge of death and could no longer get up. Your Majesty, this official can no longer serve you, Jinjin. The blood in the Crown Prince's mouth could not stop flowing. He looked at the dim night sky and seemed to see the beautiful figure leaning lazily on the throne. He seemed to be able to touch her if he raised his hand, but they were so far away. Unattainable. YNSH-01 immediately transformed the undead puppet. Jiang Li said quickly. Chapter 163 Transformation. One had to know. There were conditions for the transformation of the walking corpse. The corpse couldn't be transformed. It must be when the living creature was alive, infected with biochemical toxins, causing the death of the living creature and finally transformed into the walking corpse. The Crown Prince was on his last breath and was about to die. If they did not hurry up and the Crown Prince died, they would have wasted such a good material. Yes. Buzz. YNSH-01 immediately came in front of the Crown Prince. His arm returned to normal and a large amount of biochemical poison gushed out from his palm. The Crown Prince looked at YNSH-01 with gloomy eyes. Ah. The next moment, the biochemical toxin invaded the Crown Prince's body. The Crown Prince was seriously injured and on his last breath. He had exhausted all the power of his bloodline and naturally could not stop the biochemical toxin from invading his body. Shrill screams echoed across half of the battlefield. Very quickly, the Crown Prince was completely infected by the biochemical poison. His entire body turned pitch black and even his eyes turned pure black like gems. After that, the Crown Prince stood up unsteadily from the ground. A black mist gushed out of his body and condensed into a black mountain-back bull behind him. Roar! The Crown Prince clenched the huge double-sided giant axe in his right hand and roared into the sky. His aura surged, and the aura of a perfected Stage 3 spread out, suppressing the surroundings. This long howl. It was as if it was declaring its birth. Peak Stage 3 undead puppet. The transformation was a success. Kill. Go. Jiang Li ordered. Boom. The Crown Prince leaped into the air and charged into the battlefield. He swept his double-sided giant axe around him, unleashing his powerful strength and sweeping everything in his path. With one swing of his axe, he turned into a perfected Stage Level 2 demon soldier commander who had burned his bloodline. General. No. How did this happen? How could this be? It's not real. This isn't the real Yin Luo. Demons, they are demons. At this moment, the Crown Prince was resurrected and turned into a walking corpse puppet. He even killed the demon soldiers and commanders without hesitation. One had to know. The Crown Prince could be said to be the faith in their hearts. He was their commander and in existence like the god of war. However, he had now become a puppet that was being controlled. Hence, their faith had collapsed. He had lost the belief in his heart and the pillar of support in his heart. Their morale collapsed. Such a strong army, an elite soldier who had been through hundreds of battles. It was like the monkey scattering when a tree fell. He actually fled. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Li laughed with joy. He looked at the Crown Prince walking corpse that was killing on the battlefield. One had to know. The Crown Prince was a perfected Stage 3 zombie puppet. Furthermore, Jiang Li had witnessed how powerful the Crown Prince was. Even though his strength had been reduced after he turned into a walking corpse puppet, he was still a powerful master at the perfected stage of level 3. It could be said that it was definitely not weaker than the LT-01. As a result, Jiang Li had YNSH-01, LT-01, and the Crown Prince's walking corpse puppet under his command. He had 3 powerful subordinates who were at the perfected stage of level 3. Other than that, there was also the Black and White Elders, 2 late-stage rank 3 walking corpse puppets, as well as an early-stage rank 3 walking corpse puppet, the Red Dragon. There were a total of 6 stage 3 experts. It was a bit of a pity. It was unable to turn Yu Huang into a walking corpse puppet. There was more. Jiang Boyi's zombie puppet had been killed by the Crown Prince. Go all out and kill them. Don't leave a single one alive. Stop. Jiang Li shouted. Yes. The mech responded and chased after the demon soldiers who were running away. Let's go. Jiang Li also sent his level 3 subordinates to speed up the killing. They killed monster soldiers one after another and their bodies fell one after another. An hour later, the war was over. The 150,000 demons were all annihilated. Of course, the trees on the Green Mountain were dense and there were too many demon soldiers running away. Jiang Li wasn't sure if he killed all of them. Perhaps there was some fish that had escaped the net. They were hiding somewhere in the Green Mountains. It would not be easy to find it. Clean up the battlefield and collect the spoils. Jiang Li waved his hand. Yes. The mech moved, ignoring the sticky blood on the ground, the pungent smell of blood, the mountains of bodies, and the battlefield. Let's use this time to count our losses and gains. Jiang Li went back to the passenger seat of YS-01. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. The first thing Jiang Li noticed was the Soul Tinder. Among them, there were 2,320 level 1 Soul Tinders and 66 level 2 Soul Tinders. In other words, Jiang Li killed 150,000 demon soldiers and got 2,210 level 1 Soul Tinders and 60 level 2 Soul Tinders in total. Currently, in the battle in the middle of the mountain range and the battle between the Barbarian Army and the 4th Unit, Jiang Li lost 9103 perfected stage level 1 matches, 1,000 early stage level 2 matches, and 100 perfected stage level 2 matches. Among them, 603 level 1 matches, 150 early stage level 2 matches, and 5 perfected stage level 2 matches all self-destructed. The number of walking corpse puppets that Jiandli brought increased from 13,000 to 20,000. In other words, he recovered 637,500 energy points from the perfected stage level 1 mech, 425,000 energy points from the early stage level 2 mech, and 712,500 energy points from the perfected stage level 2 mech. Other than that, the consumption of ore. This included reloading and repairing the mechs. He had spent a total of 350,060 energy points. Soon after, Jiangli looked at the energy points column. The total number of energy points displayed was 1849000. Nearly 20 million points. Jiangli looked up at the battlefield. There was still some time before the mech cleaned up the battlefield. Soon after, Jiangli contacted Unit 4 and asked about the battle situation in Chanshui City. Because the barbarian army had been unable to break through Chanshui City, they decided to temporarily suspend their offensive. However, they had no intention of giving up and seemed to be preparing for a fierce attack. In other words, the barbarian army's next attack would be very fierce. It was still a problem whether they could defend Chanshui City alone, even with the support of the 4th unit. Fuse with the Soul Fire Seed. Jiangli didn't rush to Chanshui City right away. Instead, he fused the soul tinders he got this time and tried to fuse a few more level 3 soul tinders. Buzz. The interface of soul tinder fusion appeared. In the interface, the 10 grey soul tinders lined up in a row, gathered together, and bloomed with a blazing grey light. Fusion failed. 4 big red words jumped out. Jiangli's expression didn't change and he continued to merge. In the interface, Buzz. The 10 grey soul tinders fused together and a black spot of light appeared in the center. It quickly spread and turned black. Fusion successful. 4 golden words appeared. Fuse with the Swen Ni. Jiangli tried to fuse the level 1 soul tinders again and again. He could fuse 10 level 1 soul tinders once. If he failed, the 10 level 1 soul tinders would disappear, but if he succeeded, he would get a level 2 soul tinder. 2,320 level 1 soul tinders. In total, it could be fused 232 times. Fusion successful. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. Time passed. It took Jiangli about 10 minutes to merge all 2,320 level 1 soul tinders. He failed 154 times and succeeded 78 times. The success rate was close to 1/3. As a result, Jiangli didn't have any level 1 soul tinder left, and he had 144 level 2 soul tinders, which could be fused 14 times. 14 times. Soul Fire Seed. Jiangli muttered, "If I'm lucky, I should be able to fuse 2 level 3 Soul Fire Seeds." Fuse. Jiangli took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down. He then activated the Soul Tinder fusion function and fused 10 level 2 Soul Tinders. Buzz. The fusion interface. 10 black tier 2 soul tinders were lined up in a row and then gradually moved toward the center. The 10 black spots of light slowly gathered together. Merging in progress. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. Sure. The countdown ended. The interface bloomed with a rich black light, as if 10 level 2 soul tinders had exploded and then filled the entire fusion interface. Fusion failed. 4 big red words appeared. Jiangli was silent for a moment. Continue. Buzz. The fusion interface. 10 black level 2 soul tinders were lined up in the interface. Just like before, they gradually fused together and slowly gathered into one point. The countdown began. After that, Jiangli saw another blazing black light. Fusion failed. I'm fine, Yingluo. Calm down. Jiangli took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. The failure rate of fusing level 3 soul tinders is extremely high. The success rate is only 1/6. It's normal to fail a few times. One had to know. He failed twice. The disappearance of 20 level 2 soul tinders was equivalent to the loss of nearly 600 level 1 soul tinders. It would be a lie to say that he was not heartbroken. Again, Jiangli continued to merge. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. After 2 consecutive failures, the 40 level 2 soul tinders disappeared, leaving Jiangli with only 104 level 2 soul tinders. What a trap! Sigh. Jiangli sighed. Continue. Whoosh. This time, in the fusion interface, the 10 pitch black soul tinders gathered and fused into one. Perhaps it was because they had failed so many times that their luck had finally turned. At the center of the interface, a pure white radiance appeared. After that, in the blink of an eye, they all turned white and condensed into a white light spot floating in front of Jiangli's eyes. Fusion successful. 4 big golden words jumped out. I've finally succeeded. Jiangli was overjoyed. Looking at the white level 3 soul tinder in front of him, he was in a good mood. The depression he felt from failing all the time disappeared. It's good that you've succeeded. I'm just afraid that you'll never succeed. Jiangli said. I can still fuse 9 more times. Jiangli looked at the number of level 2 soul tinders. There were 94 left. I hope I can succeed once out of the next 9 fusions. Then I'll have 2 level 3 soul tinders and use them to upgrade the mechanical mammoth wanderer. Chapter 164. Fuse. Jiangli continued to operate the fusion interface and fused the 10 level 2 soul tinders into level 3 soul tinders. The 10 stage 2 soul tinders in the interface gathered and fused. Merging in progress. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7. The countdown ended. Fusion failed. Fusion failed. Fusion successful. In less than half a minute, the 9 fusions were over. Soul tinder. There were only 4 level 2 soul tinders left and 3 level 3 soul tinders. In other words, out of the 9 times, Jiangli succeeded twice and failed 7 times, but he got 2 level 3 soul tinders. The success rate was much higher than Jiangli had expected. He was quite lucky. In total, they had killed 150,000 demon soldiers. In the end, he only got 3 level 3 soul tinders. It's really difficult. Soul tinder. Jiangli murmured, the higher level the soul tinder is, the harder it is to get. I'm only at level 3, but it's already showing signs. I now have 3 tier 3 soul tinders, and now for me to upgrade the mechanical mammoth ranger. I still have 1 left. I'll try to gather the 9 tier 3 soul tinders as soon as possible. Upgrade to mechanical mammoth ranger. Jiangli didn't hesitate for long. He operated the Dominator panel and used 2 level 3 soul tinders and 20,000 energy points to upgrade the mechanical mammoth wanderer. Buzz. Immediately, 2 tier 3 soul tinders and 20,000 energy points were integrated into the mechanical mammoth ranger's body, and it began to transform and upgrade the mechanical mammoth. Shua. Shua. The 9-meter-tall mechanical mammoth ranger glowed with a white light. Make 3,300 cold weapon mechs, 2,900 combat mechs, 1,200 firearm mechs, and 1,703 biochemical mechs. Jiangli started to make up for the losses and started to build mechs. He had built 9,103 level 1 mechs and used 91,030 energy points. It wasn't a lot. Produce 400 electric-powered mechs, 100 artillery soldiers, 150 tank mechs, 190 transport mechs, and 260 mechanical rangers. Jiangli replenished 1,100 level 2 mechs, which cost him 110,000 energy points. Shua. The mech-making interface appeared in front of Jiangli. There were a total of 9 illusionary figures in the interface, and there was a corresponding number beside each figure, representing the number to be created. Whoosh! Countless light spots filled in the surroundings, and the illusionary figure gradually solidified. Roar! At this moment, Jiangli heard a roar. The mechanical mammoth had finished upgrading. My lord! In front. Thank you, sir. The mechanical mammoth saluted Jiangli. It was still 9 meters tall, like a hill on the ground. It was tall and strong, giving off an unshakable aura. Promoted to 3rd rank. The biggest change in the mechanical mammoth ranger was the faint mechanical psionic energy light that appeared all over its body. The dark psionic light covered its entire body as if it was invisible. Other than that, there was also the equipment of the mechanical mammoth rangers. All the weapons and equipment. This included the Knight's Cold Weapon Set, the Knight's Hot Weapon Set, and the exclusive weapon, Mammoth Ivory Knight Spear. All of them had been modified. It turned into a mechanical psionic weapon. In other words, the Knight Spear, sword, bow, and dagger could all be enhanced with mechanical psionic energy, thus increasing their power. The bullets of handguns, rifles, and rocket launchers were all replaced by psionic bullets. The bazooka could fire psionic shells. The power increased greatly. Sure. Unit type, Psionic Mammoth Rangers. Rank, early stage of rank 3. No, YNMMYQ01. Skill 1, Tier 2 Ultimate Charge. Skill 2, Tier 2 Ultimate Gravity Trample. Skill 3, Level 3 Low-Grade Psionic Control. Equipment, Level 3 Low-Grade Psionic Cold Weapon Night Set, Level 3 Low-Grade Psionic Hot Weapon Night Set, Level 3 Low-Grade Exclusive Psionic Weapon Mammoth Ivory Knight Spear. Machinery, Gengia, omitted. Mechanical Psionic Energy, Momo, omitted. Advancement requirement, 400,000 energy points. Subtroop type, Psionic Mammoth Knights, Elite. Rank, rank 3. No, YNQS01. Skill 1, Stage 2 Ultimate Knights Killing Skill. Skill 2, Rank 2 Ultimate Heavy Strike. Skill 3, Stage 3 Low-Grade Psionic Spear Technique. Machinery, Gengia, omitted. Mechanical Psionic Energy, Momo, omitted. Subtroop type, Psionic Mammoth Soldiers. Rank, early stage of rank 3. No, YNMM01. Skill 1, Rank 2 Superior Grade Sprint. Skill 2, Level 2 Superior Brute Force. Skill 3, Level 3 Low-Grade Psionic Energy Amplification. Machinery, Gengia, omitted. Mechanical Psionic Energy, Momo, omitted. Jiang Li opened the detailed information of the Level 3 Psionic Mammoth Rangers and read it carefully. The main troop class and the two sub-troop classes had a total of 9 skills. A total of 9. It was heaven-defying. All right, all right, all right. Great. Jiang Li laughed and cheered. The 2 Level 3 Soltinders are worth it. A Level 3 troop with 9 skills is definitely very powerful. As expected of a Rank 2 elite soldier. Continue to level up. Jiang Li used 280,000 energy points to upgrade the Psionic Mammoth Cavalry 3 times in a row and upgraded it to the perfected level of Level 3. Buzz. Buzz. The Psionic Mammoth Ranger's body kept flashing with white light, and after a few seconds, the upgrade was completed. He had reached the perfected stage of Tier 3. His military rank was promoted to Colonel. At the same time, the appearance of the Psionic Mammoth Rangers did not change much, but the light of psionic energy around their bodies became denser, as if they were shrouded in a layer of black mist. Very quickly, the light of psionic energy was hidden. Sure. Jiang Li looked at the information of the Psionic Mammoth Cavalry that had reached the perfected stage of Level 3. The main changes were the new skills and weapons he had obtained after reaching Tier 3. Both his new skills and weapons had been upgraded to top-tier Tier 3. Similarly, because they were elite troops. Therefore, if he wanted to upgrade to rank 4, he would need 2 rank 4 Soltinders and 2 million energy points, which was twice the amount of ordinary troops. Very good, he said. Jiang Li was very satisfied. Creation complete. A pop-up window popped up in front of Jiang Li. The 9103 Level 1 mechs and 1100 Level 2 mechs were all built. Sure. 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 Right in front. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of mechs appeared out of thin air and occupied a large area. They were arranged in neat rows and formed several groups according to the type of soldiers. Sure. Congratulations, my lord. Because you created 3,300 cold weapon mechs at the same time, a special probability has been triggered. You've obtained a Stage 1 Elite Soldier Type, Giant Hammer Mech X9. A notification appeared. Rank 1 Elite Troop Class. Jiang Li looked up. There were indeed 9 different mechs among the cold weapon mechs. They carried huge iron hammers and were tall and strong. 9 giant hammer matches, not bad. Okay. Jiangli nodded. However, the 260 mechanical rangers didn't trigger the special probability. Otherwise, Jiangli would have gotten a rank 2 elite troop. Even if their combat power was not as strong as the mechanical mammoth rangers, they would still be much stronger than the average troop class. 9103 level 1 mechs have been upgraded. Jiangli used 127,4420 energy points to upgrade all the level 1 mechs to the perfected stage. This way, Jiangli's level 1 troops were all replenished. The number of level 1 troops in all 4 types was back to 20,000. Sure. The mech's body glowed with white light. In a few seconds, he had reached the perfected stage of level 1. He was fully equipped. Upgrade 100 level 2 mechs. Jiangli used 140,000 energy points to upgrade 100 level 2 mechs. He made up for all the losses. The total number of troops had been restored to 100108. Sure. The Dominator panel opened. In the energy points column, Jiangli used a total of 668,5450 points to upgrade the mechanical mammoth ranger and replenish his losses. The energy points decreased from 1849000 points to 11804,550 points. My lord, the battlefield has been cleaned up. All the spoils of war have been moved to the transport trucks. They have filled up 100 trucks. YNSH-01 came over and reported to Jiangli. All right, he said. Okay. Jiangli nodded and said, the 100 transport mechs with the loot will transport the loot back to the Great Xia City first. According to Jiangli's order, 100 transport mechs from the 2,000 transport mechs transported the loot back to the Great Xia City. Of course, Jiangli sent an intel mech to follow him. One had to know. In order to make it easier to communicate, Jiangli created 100 intel mechs. Let's go and reinforce Jianshui City. Stop! Jiangli shouted. Yes. Rumble. The mech army marched forward. Other than the artillery and tank mechs, the rest of the mechs got on the mech, including 20,000 walking corpse puppets and the psionic mammoth rangers. Although the psionic mammoth rangers were huge and 9 meters tall, the large military transport truck of the perfected Stage 2 transport mech was loaded with the simple space-folding technology, which was enough for the psionic mammoth rangers to ride on. During the march, Jiangli kept in touch with XX-07, the intel mech of Unit 4. He kept asking about the situation of Jianshui City and the strength of the barbarian army. Reporting to you, Chief Sovereign. XX-07 replied, the barbarian army has lost about 20,000 barbarians. There are about 60,000 inferior barbarians, 10,000 level 1 barbarians, 500 level 2 barbarians, and 15 perfected level 2 barbarians. I'm not sure about the 3rd level barbarians. The other party has an extremely powerful rank 2 totem army formation. Yes. I see. Jiangli nodded and murmured, if that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. However, without the support of the 4th unit, it's impossible to stop this barbarian army with just the strength of Jianshui City and Luo Jianshui alone. Half an hour later, Jiangli arrived outside Jianshui City with his mech army. He was 1,000 meters away from Jianshui City and 3,000 meters away from the border defense line of the Qian dynasty and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Chapter 165 The Border. Jiangli got out of the car and went to the top of a mountain not far away. He took out a telescope that he got from Qian Shishi. This is the border of the defense line between the Great Qian dynasty and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Although Jiangli's vision was far better than ordinary people, it was not as good as YNSH-01, which was a level 3 mech. He had to rely on binoculars to observe the situation. This way, he could see more clearly. It had to be said. Jiangli was surprised when he found the telescope from Qian Shishi's body. He didn't expect to see a telescope. One had to know. Jiangli had never heard of it in this world before. Maybe it was because Jiangli's current status in this world wasn't high, so he couldn't come into contact with these things. No matter what. Now, it was all Jiangli's. Through the telescope, Jiandli clearly saw the situation at the border of the defense line 3,000 meters away. With the images sent by XX07, Jiandli had some basic understanding. First of all, the border between the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Great Shen Dynasty was a border river with green mountains as its source. The river was not fast and was only 20 meters wide. Although the border river was not wide, it was very long. It kept winding forward and finally flowed into the Great Shen Dynasty's Lake Edge County, which was separated from the Red Dragon County by Chang'an County. On the bank of the Ji River, they had built a wide and thick city wall. The city wall was quite long, reaching about 1,000 meters. Its head and tail were connected to the steep mountain range, blocking the barbarian race of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Similarly, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom had also built a huge city wall. It was as magnificent as the city wall on the border of the Great Shen Dynasty. It might even be thicker. Jiandli looked around and saw a large number of barbarian soldiers patrolling on the border wall of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. There were also many archers and giant crossbows on the wall. On the other hand, the Great Gen Dynasty's border walls were much stronger. At the same time, there were also many patrols keeping an eye on the Black Serpent Barbarian Kingdom's barbarians. As long as the Black Serpent Barbarian Kingdom's barbarians were ready to cross the river, the patrols would immediately sound the alarm and launch a fierce attack. "Let's go," he said. Jiandli put the telescope in his pocket, walked down the mountain, sat back in the passenger seat of the YS-01, and set off to the border defense line. At this moment, around the city wall at the border, there were many tents set up there, densely packed. This was a military camp. In the middle of the room, it was the commander's tent. Luo Qianshui was now in this commander's tent. Not only that, CQ-02, who temporarily served as the 4th unit, was also in the tent with XX-07. XX-07 was using a small invisible camera to record the scene in the tent and send it to Jiandli. "What's going on?" Jiandli watched from the passenger's seat as he rushed to the border of the defense line. In the image, Luo Qianshui sat on the commander's seat. His silver armor was stained with blood and had already solidified. The silver armor covered his entire body, and only his clear eyes could be seen. It revealed a heroic spirit. On both sides of the tent, a few deputies stood. Their armors were also covered in blood and had completely solidified. They exuded an extremely intense killing intent. Other than that, Luo Yilan was also in the tent. Obviously, she had already returned to Chanshui City from the Great Xia County. After knowing that the border defense line was invaded by the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's barbarian army, she immediately rushed over. Big Sister Chanshui. Luo Yilan had just finished reading the battle information. She raised her head and looked at CQ-02 and the others, then looked back at Luo Qianshui and said, "I think the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom came prepared this time. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of our reinforcements, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom would have been able to break through the border defense line with the number of troops they sent." "Yes." Luo Qianshui nodded and said, "In fact, I had this guess after the battle. During the battle, I clearly sensed the aura of 2 rank 3 experts from the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Like a tiger watching its prey. It's just that the sudden appearance of the reinforcements caught them off guard. In addition, they didn't know the exact details, so they didn't make a move. Now that the barbarians have suddenly stopped their troops, they must be planning an even fiercer attack. Sister Qianshui, don't worry. You still have me. I'm a level 2 array master," Luo Qianshui said. "With Chanshui City's military strength and my help, even if they don't have enough troops, they can still set up a level 2 military array. With the help of a grade 2 army formation, we will definitely win." "I hope so." Luo Qianshui was not optimistic. "By the way, may I ask how I should address you? What is his identity?" Luo Yilan got up and asked CQ-02, "Can you tell me?" CQ-02 didn't say anything in response to Luo Yilan's question. He had no expression on his face and looked extremely cold, like a statue. "I asked them before, but they didn't answer." "No." Luo Qianshui shook his head and said, "I think they're friends and not enemies. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent troops to help us. All right, he said. Luo Yulin nodded and sized up CQ-02 and the others. She felt that the cold and sculpted temperament of these people was familiar. Sister Qian Shui, there's another very important matter. Luo Yulin said. What could be more important than the barbarian invasion? Luo Qian Shui asked. Qian Shishi is dead. Luo Yulin said. Qian Shishi is dead. Luo Qian Shui raised his head and was stunned for a moment before he asked in surprise, Li, what happened? It's Jiang Li. Sister Qian Shui, Luo Yulin said slowly, many people suspect that Jiang Li has mastered the ancient puppet technique. King Qian also believes it. He wants the ancient puppet technique. However, Jiang Li killed Commander Jiang Boi. He clearly showed his attitude. King Qian said the third Duke, Qian Shishi, here. Qian Shishi held a banquet. On the surface, it was a banquet for the 5 castellans, but in fact, it was to deal with Jiang Li. I just didn't expect Jiang Li to be even more powerful. He actually hid his strength. He is a perfected stage level 3 expert and 2 subordinates at the early stage of level 3. He even disrupted Qian Shishi's original plan at the critical moment. Finally, Jiang Li won. He killed Qian Shishi and declared himself a king. He announced that he would leave the Qian dynasty completely and change the name of the Black Dragon County to the Great Xia County. He'll be the county king of the Great Xia County. Also, Guo Yi from Hope City, Zhuo Lin Yu from Five Lakes City, and Chanping Wang from Pingding City all submitted to Jiang Li. Great Xia City was Jiang Li's to begin with. 4 of the 5 cities in the Great Xia County are under Jiang Li's control. Now, only our Qian Shui city is left. Sister Qian Shui, thank God you didn't go to the banquet this time. Otherwise, you would have been forced to surrender by Jiang Li. He has a master at the perfected stage of level 3. I see. Luo Qian Shui took a deep breath and recovered from the shock. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she murmured, I can't believe Jiang Li is so powerful. He's reached such a level in such a short time. Sister Qian Shui, what are you going to do? Luo Yulin asked. No. Luo Qian Shui shook his head and said, our biggest problem now is how to stop the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's attack. That's the most important thing. If the border defense line is broken, the barbarian leaders will charge straight down and the Great Xia province will definitely fall. Moreover, if this is a long-planned plan, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom is probably preparing to start a war with the Great Qian dynasty. At that time, there will be an endless stream of barbarian soldiers coming from the various counties of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. They will even dispatch the elite troops of the Barbarian Kingdom. I'm still worried that the Red-Browed Demon Kingdom will also invade at this time. If that's the case, without the support of the Great Qian dynasty, it'll be a disaster. How long do you think the Great Xia province can last under such circumstances? However, Luo Qian Shui still didn't know. The Half-Monster Alliance had already caused chaos in the various counties of the Great Qian dynasty. Their hidden chess pieces were activated one by one, and they raised troops. It could be said that the 36 counties of the Great Qian dynasty were all in the midst of war. In the current situation, even if this didn't happen, the Great Qian dynasty wouldn't be able to send troops to help without Jiang Li, let alone the fact that the Great Xia province had already been occupied by Jiang Li. It's not a good decision for Jiang Li to occupy the Black Dragon County under such circumstances. It's very likely that he'll face the simultaneous invasion of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and the Red-Browed Fey Kingdom, Luo Qian Shui said. Of course, he can also give up these territories. After all, according to what you said, with his current strength, no matter which human dynasty he goes to, he will be able to survive very safely. The Great Gunlord dynasty will definitely not send reinforcements. Last time, it was such a small matter, but they chose to give up their war chariots to protect the general, let alone now. Luo Yulin said, the Qian dynasty is probably still happy. They are probably saying, Jiang Li, don't you want the Black Dragon County? I'll give it to you then. Let's see how you're going to stop the invasion of the Red-Browed Yarrow Kingdom and the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Yes, Yin Luo. Luo Qian Shui fell silent. Why don't we also retreat? Luo Yulin pondered for a while, raised her head, and said, we don't need to defend the border for Jiang Li. If the Great Qian dynasty doesn't send reinforcements, why should we help the imperial court? I might as well just leave. Illy. Luo Qianshui stood up, took a deep breath, and said in a serious tone, "You may not understand, but as the lord of the city, I have to take on the responsibility of protecting the entire city. The people pay taxes, support me, trust me, be loyal to me, and serve me. Then, I have the responsibility to protect their lives and their homes. If I just walk away like this, then the Qianshui city behind us, the old and young, men and women, more than 200,000 people in Qianshui city. What kind of miserable ending will they face? City Lord." The few deputy generals couldn't help but raise their heads. "Big Sister Qianshui." Luo Yilan murmured. "Zhong Feiyan, I order you to lead a 100-man elite team of perfected Stage 1 and escort Yilan out of Qianshui City and Black Dragon County. It would be best if she could leave the Great Qian dynasty," Luo Qianshui said in a deep voice. "City Lord, this Wufu." Zhong Feiyan raised his head. "No. I'm not leaving." Luo Yilan immediately shouted. "Silly girl, you're my only family and you're not the city lord, so you don't have any so-called responsibility. Even if there is, I alone am enough to bear it." "I won't let you take the risk with me," Luo Qianshui said slowly. "No. I don't want to." Luo Yilan's eyes were wide open and red. She didn't expect such a situation. "We won't lose." "Sister, you're the silver-armored Valkyrie. How can you lose?" "I won't lose. I definitely won't lose. I don't want to go." Luo Qianshui closed his eyes. "City God's God." Zhong Feiyan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he was speechless. He looked at Luo Yilan, took a deep breath, and walked toward her. "Master of Qianshui City, it's just a barbarian invasion. Why do you have to be so separated?" At this moment, CQ-02 started to speak. "What?" Luo Qianshui was stunned for a moment. He opened his eyes and looked at CQ-02. "So you're not a mute?" Chapter 166 The Barbarian Reinforcements. In the commander's tent, the lieutenants of Luo Qianshui, as well as Luo Yilan, all looked at CQ-02. The expression on CQ-02's face did not change. It was still cold and unfeeling. He was like a statue. "Do you have a way to stop the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's invasion?" Luo Yilan rubbed her eyes and immediately asked. "No, I didn't." CQ-02 shook his head. Luo Yilan's expression dimmed. "There's still about half a minute left." CQ-02 continued. "Jiangli Commandu Prince will arrive here with his main force." "Jiangli? Why is he here?" Luo Qianshui was stunned. "What do you mean?" Luo Yilan looked at CQ-02, and after she reacted, she exclaimed, "Are you Jiangli's subordinate?" "That's right, no wonder I felt familiar with them. The soldiers around Jiangli are all expressionless and cold. Also, the military uniforms you're wearing are almost exactly the same." "Yes, I am." CQ-02 nodded in agreement. "You were all sent by Jiangli to help Qianshui City?" Luo Qianshui asked. "Yes." CQ-02 nodded again. Luo Qianshui couldn't help but fall silent. "That's great." Luo Yilan's small face was full of joy. She used her sleeve to wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes and said, "Sister Qianshui, I've seen Jiangli's soldiers in the city of the Great Xia County. All of them are elite soldiers at the perfected stage of level 1. They are extremely powerful and have all kinds of incredible war weapons. They are enough to crush the battlefield. With Jiangli's help, we'll definitely win." "We can't." Luo Qianshui thought for a moment and said, "Even if we can block this wave of attacks, we might not be able to block the next. If the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom keeps sending more troops, Jiangli won't be able to stop them no matter how strong they are. Even so, I'm definitely not leaving." Luo Yilan's eyes were firm. She clenched her fists and shouted, "Even if I die, I want to die with my sister." "Be obedient," Luo Qianshui said. "The Commandu Prince of Jiangli is here," CQ-02 said, interrupting the quarrel between Luo Qianshui and Luo Yilan. "Report." Outside the tent, A soldier ran over quickly and knelt outside the tent, shouting, "City Lord, there's a man who claims to be Jiang Li outside the camp with a large number of soldiers." Jiang Li. Luo Qianshui and the others were all shocked. "He really came? Quickly, invite him in." "Forget it." Luo Qianshui came back to his senses and immediately said, "I'll welcome him personally." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qianshui walked out. "Let's go," he said. "Let's go and take a look. To be honest, I've been wanting to meet Jiang Li for a long time." The deputy generals looked at each other and followed. Luo Yuan didn't say anything, but immediately chased after him. CQ-02 and the others also walked out of the tent to welcome Jiang Li. Outside the military camp, Jiang Li got off the passenger seat of YS-01 and cut off the communication with XX-07. YNSH-01 and the other mechs followed Jiang Li closely. "My lord, we have already gone to inform the city lord, so please wait here for a moment." "Yes, sir." The soldiers who stopped Jiang Li said respectfully. "Yes." "Okay." Jiang Li nodded. Soon after, he looked around and saw tents. The soldiers were divided into groups and each group was a unit. They were cooking. Not far away, it was the thick and magnificent border city wall. The city walls were modeled and filled with the aura of time. "City Lord! City Lord!" Not long after, Jiang Li heard the voice. The soldiers of Qianshui City all stood up and saluted a man in silver armor. Only his eyes were exposed. The tone of these soldiers was very respectful. One could see his prestige. "Sister, his Jiang Li." Luo Yuan followed Luo Qianshui and pointed at Jiang Li, then whispered in Luo Qianshui's ear. "Luo Qianshui, Lord of Tensui City, greets Jiang Li, Commandu Prince." Luo Qianshui walked over and bowed to Jiang Li. "Yes. I see." Jiang Li nodded slightly. He was sizing Luo Qianshui up. Since Luo Qianshui was wearing full body armor, he couldn't see anything. Jiang Li could only see his eyes and a heroic spirit between his eyebrows. "My king." Jiang Li, CQ-02 and the others saluted. "King." Jiang Li had ordered all the mechs not to call themselves master in front of others, but king instead. "This time, you have completed your mission very well. You have helped Celestial Water City defend the defensive line. Let's go back to the army," Jiang Li said. "Yes, my king." CQ-02 said. Soon after, "Let's go." CQ-02 led the troop 4 back to the troop behind Jiang Li. Other than the 20,000 mechs that were left in the Great Xia City, Jiang Li was now leading 80,000 mechs and 20,000 walking puppets. In other words, Jiang Li had 100,000 soldiers. In the surroundings, the soldiers of Qianshui City gathered around and stood in the barracks, looking into the distance. The army behind Jiang Li. There were transport trucks, artillery off-road vehicles, and main battle tanks. Even though they had never seen these things before. But they knew the power of these things. This was because CQ-02's 4th unit had these weapons of war and had slaughtered a large number of barbarians. This had allowed the soldiers of Qianshui City to fully witness the terrifying power of these weapons. This one and I didn't expect there to be so many. Hiss, 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 if these war weapons were to charge into the battlefield, just how terrifying would the damage be? You must know that in the previous war, just those weapons alone caused a large number of casualties to the barbarian army. Now, the number of casualties is several times more than before. Exactly. The soldiers of Qianshui City were talking in low voices while they looked at Jiang Li's weapon. Their voices were full of awe and admiration. On behalf of all the people of Qianshui City, Luo Qianshui thanks the Commandu Prince of Jiang Li for sending the army to help Qianshui City. It was only because of this that we were able to hold the border defense line. At this moment, thank you. Luo Qianshui bowed to Jiang Li again and said gratefully, "You don't have to thank me. Don't worry." Jiang Li waved his hand. "The Great Xia County is my territory now. Qianshui City is part of the Great Xia County, so it's part of my territory. This Zhengwang naturally cannot ignore this. If we let the barbarians attack, I will be the one who will suffer the loss. What do you think? City Lord. Jiangli smiled. The Lord of Tensui City. Luo Qianshui fell silent. This buy-in. The expressions of the deputy generals were also not very good. Obviously, Jiangli was actually forcing Luo Qianshui to make a stand. His purpose was to force Luo Qianshui to admit that Qianshui City was part of the Great Xia province and belonged to Jiangli instead of the imperial court. If he didn't admit it, then... You're right, Prince Jiangli. Luo Qianshui raised her head. Her eyes were calm and there was a determined look in her beautiful eyes. It was obvious that she had made her decision. Qianshui City will naturally be a part of the Great Xia province. However, in the current situation, Qianshui City is in a very dangerous situation. As long as the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom breaks through the border defense line, Qianshui City will be destroyed. If the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom keeps sending troops to attack, what are you going to do, Commander Prince Jiangli? Should we defend or retreat? Jiangli. Luo Qianshui stared at Jiangli. In the surroundings, Luo Yuan, several deputy generals of Luo Qianshui, and the soldiers of Qianshui City all looked at Jiangli, waiting for his answer. Jiangli just smiled and looked at the city wall. He said slowly, "We won't defend or retreat." What? What? Luo Qianshui was stunned, his eyes full of doubt. Jiangli County Prince, what do you mean? Zhong Feiyan asked. Neither defending nor retreating. Then what are you doing? Could it be that he's just standing there and watching the show? Everyone was discussing. Celestial Water City's City Lord. Stop! Jiangli shouted. Yes. Luo Qianshui couldn't help but respond. Pass on my order. Gather the troops immediately. In half an hour, we will launch an attack on the border wall of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and destroy the barbarian army. Jiangli said in a deep voice. What? Take the initiative to attack. He's actually going to take the initiative to attack. With just the few of us. This buy-in. The soldiers were stunned. Yes. Luo Qianshui nodded, but then his eyes lit up. Immediately, the order was given. The Celestial Water City's soldiers got into action one after another. They put on their armor, took their weapons, and then all rushed up the border city wall, ready to fight. At the same time, let's go. Jiangli ordered the mechs to move out. The combat mechs, cold weapon mechs, biochemical mechs, and firearm mechs formed a formation on the border wall. First of all, 16,000 firearm mechs. They were lined up. The firearm mechs used the city wall as cover and only revealed their muzzles. They aimed at the border city wall of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom and could shoot from a long distance. Artillery, transport mechs, and Stage 2 long-range troops were all behind the border city wall. Cannon scouts stood on the border city wall and locked onto the targets for the artillery. Tank mechs, mechanical rangers, and close combat units would pass through the gate and attack the border wall of the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom. Time passed. Nearly half an hour passed. The arrangement of the troops had been completed. On the other side, Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom's camp. Rumble. The ground around them was shaking violently. From afar, a large number of barbarian soldiers had formed a huge army and were marching towards the camp at a fast speed. In less than half a minute, they had already arrived in front of the camp. Our reinforcements have arrived. In front of the camp gate. The third-level barbarian, Huang Buhao, was the commander of the barbarian army that led 100,000 barbarians to attack the border defense line. However, Huang Buhao didn't appear before. Other than that, beside Huang Wufa was the barbarian tribe's deputy commander, Kaishi, who was at the early stage of level 3. Sure. The next moment, a figure appeared in front of Huang Wuzhan's eyes. The figure was so fast that Huang Wuzhan didn't even have time to react. Huang Wuhao, Kaishi, under the orders of the barbarian king, Man Qinwu, will be the commander of the next war. All of you must listen to my orders. Man Qinwu was 2 meters tall and his face was painted with totem patterns. They were intertwined and colorful, forming an extremely strange pattern. Yes. Yes, sir. Huang Wuhao and Kai Shi looked at each other and knelt down. Chapter 167 Attack. Millimeter, very good. Man Qinwu nodded his head in satisfaction. He then waved his hand and shouted to the barbarian army behind him, all troops, set up camp on the spot. Yes. The barbarian soldiers responded in unison. Soon after, Man Qinwu walked towards the camp. The barbarian commander's tent. Man Qinwu sat on the commander's seat, and below him were his two deputy generals. They were tall and sturdy, wearing full-body armor, only revealing a pair of soul-stealing eyes. The baleful aura was present. Further down, Desolate was no different from the glorious era. After that, they were the main commanders of the barbarian army. They were basically the city lords of the various cities. They were all gathered here. Report the situation. Man Qinwu said. Yes. Yes, Huang nodded and said, Commander, the sudden appearance of the reinforcements disrupted our original plan and caused us to be unable to take down the border defense line of the Great Shen dynasty. Reinforcements? Man Qinwu frowned. Celestial Water City actually has reinforcements. The Half-Monster Alliance has already started a riot, and the Great Shen dynasty can't even take care of themselves. Why would they help Qianshui City? No. Huang shook his head. They are definitely not from the Great Ganlord dynasty. We've fought with them more than once. How can we not recognize them? Although there aren't many reinforcements, only 10,000 of them, every soldier is at the perfected stage of Stage 1. They have extremely strong combat strength and are fearless of death. They are all elite soldiers who have gone through hundreds of battles. Furthermore, these reinforcements have extremely special war weapons which caused a lot of damage to our barbarian soldiers. If it wasn't for the protection of the Rank 2 Totem Army formation, the casualties would have been even more severe. It's not the army of the Great Ganlord dynasty. Man Qinwu muttered. Lord Commander. At this moment, the city lord of the Barren City, Huang Komqian, stood up and said, This subordinate has something to report, and it might be related to the origin of this reinforcement. Speak, he said. Man Qinwu said. Yes. Yes, Huang Komqian nodded. Some time ago, Elder Silver Eagle of the Half-Monster Alliance wanted to make blood refinement beads. That's why the Qingshan Valley incident happened. It's also because of the Qingshan Valley incident that Jiangli came into our sight. In the Qingshan Valley incident, tens of thousands of barbarian soldiers died. Jiangli's soldiers had similar special weapons. So, I suspect that the reinforcements might be related to Jiangli. Jiangli. Man Qinwu muttered to himself and shook his head. He said with certainty, that's impossible. I'm afraid Jiangli can't even take care of himself now because the Red Eyebrow Empire has already sent out 100,000 soldiers. And it's the Crown Prince's command. The Crown Prince is probably leading the Yara Nation's army to attack Jiangli's Great Xia City now. Why would Jiangli send reinforcements to Qianshui City? What? The Crown Prince? Huang's eyes widened as he exclaimed, It's actually him. The Red Eyebrow's Demon Kingdom has sent a Crown Prince. He's a valiant general. Not only is he brave, but he's also smart. I'm afraid Jiangli is finished. Kai Shi muttered. Enough. Don't boost the morale of the demons and destroy the prestige of the barbarian race. Man Qinwu interrupted Kai Shi. Although the Crown Prince is strong, he is not invincible. We, the Black Snake Barbarian Kingdom, naturally have someone who can compete with him. The Barbarian King has ordered us to take advantage of this opportunity to occupy as much territory as possible in the Great Ganlord dynasty. Yes. We will obey the Barbarian King's orders. All the barbarians responded. This buy-in. Huang Komqian frowned and stopped. He felt like things weren't that simple. The reinforcements were most likely Jiangli's troops. If this was the case, Jiangli sent an army to help Qianshui City even though the Crown Prince was leading 100,000 demon soldiers. It was hard to imagine how powerful Jiangli was. Unfortunately, Huang Komqian was only the lord of a city. His status here was not high, so he did not have much say. Even if his words made sense, it would be useless. "Commander, when are we going to attack?" Huang asked. "No rush. The army I led has just traveled a long distance," Man Chinwei said indifferently. "They've used up a lot of energy. We'll rest for half a day and recover to our peak before we attack. It's just the forces of Chanshui City. Even if there are reinforcements, they won't be able to withstand a single blow. This time, with me taking action, taking down the border defense line will be as easy as taking something out of a bag." "Yes. Yes, sir." Huang and the others looked at each other and nodded. "Report." Suddenly, the voice of a barbarian scout came from outside the tent. "What's the matter?" Desolate frowned and scolded. "My lords, we've discovered that a large number of human soldiers have suddenly appeared on the walls of the Great Gan Dynasty's border. They've already begun to get into formation, as if they are about to attack us." The barbarian scout said loudly. "What? Don't tell me they have reinforcements. What's going on?" The commanders in the tent couldn't help but be stunned. "I knew something would happen." Huang Kongqian's expression was grave. "You're looking for death." Man Chinwei stood up with a dark gaze. "Celestial Water City, Water City. I wanted to let you live for half a day, but you were so eager to die and even dared to attack. Very good. Pass on my order. Gather all the barbarian soldiers and launch a general attack." "Yes. Yes. Yes, sir." Huang Wujian, Kai Shi, and the other barbarian commanders stood up. Boon. 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 Suddenly, Man Chinwo and the others heard deafening explosions that exploded in their ears. It was as if their eardrums were about to burst. In the heavens, something is flying over. What's that? Run. It's the human's weapon. Oh my God, why are there so many mayflies this time? The barbarian camp. The barbarian soldiers on Desolate had seen the power of the tanks and cannons before, so they recognized it immediately. However, it was the first time they had seen the barbarian army led by Man Qianwu. Hence, rumble. Thousands of cannonballs landed on the barbarian camp. The cannonballs exploded one by one, causing sparks to fly and shrapnel to fly everywhere, causing a terrifying amount of damage. One by one, the tents were blown away and a huge pit was formed on the ground. Corpses flew everywhere and blood splattered everywhere. The barbarian race's vitality was strong and tenacious. However, faced with the bombardment of the tank cannons, their bodies were blown into pieces. No matter how strong their vitality was, it was useless. They were directly blown to death. What is this? They were dumbfounded. Man Chinwu looked at the bleak scene in the camp in a daze and was completely dumbfounded. His expression was stunned and then he was completely furious. Damned human! Man Chinwu roared, immediately formed the totem army formation. Yes. Hurry up. Hurry up. Buzz. 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 Half a minute passed. The barbarian army led by Man Chinwu recovered from the chaos and gathered the military chi in the shortest time possible. They used the power of totems to drive the army formation. Roar. The next moment, a thick black mist emerged and covered the entire camp. The second-level totem army formation was set up and a huge ferocious beast appeared in the air. The beast was hundreds of meters long. It was pitch black and covered in fur. It had the head of a lion, the body of a giant python, and a spiral horn on its forehead. A totem. Lion-headed python. Your reaction is quite fast. Jiang Li stood on the city wall at the border and observed with a telescope. He saw the situation in the barbarian camp and the beasts that appeared. Continue. Jiang Li waved his hand. Boon. 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 The cannons fired one after another, bombarding the barbarian camp. The lion-headed python roared and swept its huge tail to intercept the cannonballs, which then exploded in the air. Attack. Jiang Li said. Da-da 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 da-da. On the city wall, the firearm mechs aimed their machine guns at the barbarian soldiers on the other side of the city wall and fired crazily, forming a rain of bullets. Fut. 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 Ah! Fresh blood splattered and flowers of blood bloomed. Those inferior barbarian soldiers were killed immediately, turning into corpses and falling from the city wall. Release the arrows. Release the arrows. Use the giant crossbow. Hurry! The barbarian commanders shouted. Whoosh! 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 Thousands of sharp arrows flew through the air. The combat mechs and cold weapon mech beside the firearm mech all attacked and blocked the arrows. Boom! Many giant crossbow bolts shot through the air. The perfected stage mechs couldn't block them. Some firearm mechs were injured and some were even destroyed. Of course, the number of barbarian deaths was even more terrifying. It had only been less than a minute since the start of the battle. The initial bombardment had caught the barbarian race off guard and caused 3,000 to 4,000 barbarian soldiers to die. Thousands of barbarian soldiers were killed by the firearm mechs. Yin Luo is so strong. Sci-Fi. This is the army under Jianglei's control. Such combat power is terrifying. It's only been less than a minute and they've killed so many barbarians. Yin Luo is too powerful. Gulp. Compared to these elite soldiers, we seem to be lacking. In the surroundings, the soldiers and commanders of Qianshui City all opened their mouths and stared at the scene in shock. They were all shocked by the strength of Jianglei's troops. It was simply invincible. Sister Qianshui, didn't I tell you? Jianglei's soldiers are all at the perfected stage of level 1 and there are so many level 2 soldiers. We can win for sure. Luo Yulin said excitedly. Luo Qianshui didn't say anything, but she was shocked. These soldiers are really strong. I've never seen such warriors before. And those weapons. Their power is really terrifying. If there wasn't a grade 2 military formation, it would have been a massacre. What are you all doing? Luo Qianshui came back to his senses and shouted, are you just going to stand aside and watch? Archers and crossbowmen, why aren't you immediately retaliating? Are you trying to make others look down on our Qianshui city? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Qianshui waved her right hand and a fine iron spear fell into her hand. She injected her innate true qi into it and wrapped it up. Die. Whoosh. The next moment, Luo Qianshui threw it out. The fine iron spear pierced through the air, making a sharp whistling sound. It crossed the border river and pierced through a second-level barbarian commander on the opposite side. He died immediately. Jiangli glanced at it. HMPH. Luo Qianshui raised his eyebrows and shouted, kill.